My name is William del Pilar. Some of you know me as a conservative Latino. Some of you know me as a fantasy sports pioneer. I'm here with my friend, Big John. And tonight we're actually going to get down and heavy with who he is, what made him the person he is today, and anything else he wants to tell us. Okay. Big John, it's good to have you here.
William, where else am I going to be but recording with a friend and a partner when I have some spare time, obviously. And don't think I didn't get the little joke. We're getting heavy with Big John.
Hey, you're on a keto diet. The heavy is no longer there.
I'm trying. You got to try. Want to add a year to the old lifespan. So yeah, we're trying.
And you know, life is funny before we get started, because 20 years ago, I would have been, before getting married, or 30 years ago, I would have been out and about on the town. And now it's today's generation is more happy in front of a computer. And while it's a topic for another day, I think we've lost a lot of social skills in the process.
Oh, without a doubt, we have. Yeah, it goes without saying. As a matter of fact, a good friend of mine has written a book called Children of the Screen, or something similar. He's a psychiatrist, I believe, and an addiction specialist. And he's become an expert on this generation of children. So it's I haven't had a chance to read his book, but I've read some of the reviews and the synopses, and it sounds like something I should read. Very interesting.
I got to be honest, I didn't need a book. I saw it with my employees. They were all in their early 20s. And as social media and the internet started coming in, one day I just looked at him and I was like, oh my God, these guys can't even have a conversation with a girl if their life depended on it. And I say that because as humans, we made, and humanity keeps moving forward, and it's just gotten worse. But anyway, John Tilimakos Georgopoulos.
That's it, baby.
This is your life.
I feel like Groucho Marx is going to pop out somewhere, you know.
There you go.
Fair enough.
So, John, you grew up in New York City in a tough area. Mm-hmm. You come from a family of Greek immigrants.
Yes.
How did that upbringing affect you? Tell us a little bit about your life story growing up, some of your trials, your tribulations, your tales.
Sure, be happy to.
So first of all, your parents came over. Your dad was a workaholic, you told me.
Yeah,
and you're a bit of a mama's boy. So you go from there.
Yeah. My dad came here in 1948. He was 24 years old. He had spent 4 years after World War II in the Merchant Marines. He left Greece while the communists were still trying to take over. Right after the Nazis left, he decided to jump ship. He's one of these illegal aliens that today's Republicans are so afraid of. But he jumped ship in New York. Less than an hour after jumping ship from the Merchant Marines, he went and recruited to the recruitment station of the U.S. Army. And within an hour of landing here, you're in the Army now, boy. He was on his way to Missouri or Mississippi, I believe. Got his basic training. Then when he got out 4 years later after serving, got his honorable discharge, he went back to the motherland, found himself a bride, my mother, and brought her back. That was 1960, and the rest is the typical American success story.
Were they courting, or was it an arranged marriage?
You know, no one seems to know for sure, because like a lot of European immigrants, my mother is a lot younger than my father when they got married. Obviously, she was maybe 14, 15 years younger than him.
Wow.
So were they courting? If they were, it was long distance. My guess is it was probably arranged, but no one's ever fessed up to it. But I'm just guessing here. Probably. I mean, it would be illogical for me to think otherwise. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at it this way. It doesn't matter. They were together to the end of your father's life.
Until he passed away, which at the time he passed away, it would have been 45 years of marriage. Yeah. So they were married. They were lifers together. And my mom is still here. My dad passed away in 2005.
I mean, how many marriages are professed from love and don't last a year or two?
Yeah, you're right. So, but yeah, so he had a tough upbringing. He grew up under two occupations, first under the fascist Italians, my father, then under Nazi Germany. Like I said, he basically left to feed his family, but also to get away from the communists in Greece that were infiltrating back then.
Well, do us a favor. You said the fascist Italians. It's
Yeah.
ironic you say that because I had to explain what fascism is
Mm.
to somebody today. Give the audience a taste of what fascism is
Sure. It's
from the point of view.
basically so it was the Italian empire under Mussolini, who, for those that are short on history, was allied with Hitler's Germany. They formed the European Axis, with along with Germany was a third of the axis of evil as it came to be known in the West. My Even though my parents were born and raised on an island in Greece, it's the westernmost island in Greece, an island called Cephalonia, which in a lot of ways is closer to Italy, to Sicily, than it is
Okay.
to the rest of Greece. So there's been a heavy Italian influence on the island going back centuries. So, for example, for those that speak second languages, my grandmother has been, I've always called her Nonna. My son calls my mother Nonna. Nonna is an Italian word for grandmother.
Oh, wow.
The Greek word for grandmother is Yaya. So it's funny that on the side, we have a Catholic church on the island. Some listeners may not know, Greece is an Greek, the official religion is Greek Orthodoxy. But my island is probably the only island in Greece that has a Roman Catholic church on it. And that was to benefit the Italian immigrants, the Italian workers, the Italian soldiers who never went back to Italy after World War II. They just stayed on the
Oh,
island because they
wow.
liked it. So my mother was a great Italian cook growing up. She made more Italian dishes than she did Greek dishes. Like I grew up on chicken cacciatore and chicken parm, where other Greeks
Thus,
were,
Big
where,
John.
yeah, where other Greeks were eating lamb and souvlaki and stuff. I was eating chicken parm and, like I said, chicken cacciatore, two of my favorite dishes. But you said what it's like growing up Greek. All Greek immigrants are strong believers in education. They, to this day, a Greek immigrant will insist that their children are the most educated that they could possibly be. It's a failure if you don't graduate college. College is the bare minimum. They expect advanced degrees. They expect PhDs. They expect
Wow.
doctors, lawyers, research scientists. Um, Ball
You
players?
know,
Nope.
it,
you know.
it's funny you say that because when you talk education from that world, you don't hear it much except for the Jewish culture. They understood the value of money, of an education,
Yeah.
of family,
Yeah.
and but I didn't realize that about the Greeks because the Latinos. We don't think like that because they're poor and they're working, and that's
Mm.
all they think about. So they don't have an education. So they, like, my parents had no clue about you need to get an education. So I
Right.
was a bit of a lost soul, but your parents came with a plan for you, it seems.
It seems like it. So in Greek culture, actually, the Wall Street Journal a couple of years ago did in the United States did a survey or an analysis of educational levels by ethnic group, and believe it or not, the Greeks ended up being the most educated ethnic group in the United States. Now, it may have
Wow.
changed in the last 5 years or so, but at the time, people were shocked because, like most people, people who self-identified as cultural Jews, you figured would be up there, or Asians or something. But it turned out being the Greeks, that they had the highest degree of college graduates and professionals and everything like that.
I mean,
Um,
Asians are so smart, they're trying to get them out of the Ivy Leagues.
yeah, they're being discriminated against by the Ivy League. They're saying, like, now we got to cap the number of Asians, which is horrible, obviously. But so my father, like every other Greek, now, unlike most Greeks, my father, when he got here, started off working in diners. Like, let's be honest, the stereotype of the Greek businessman in this country is the diner owner, the bakery owner, the hot dog cart owner if you live in the city, right? So we were in the food services. All the Greeks were in the food service because it was easy. They knew how to have a good time. Like, Greeks are well known for their hospitality, like culturally. What was that? Hercules got punished by the gods because he was a bad host, right?
Oh,
Like in mythology, he was punished for being a bad host, right? So by the gods. So my father, though, like went to the diners initially as a dishwasher, as a busboy, until just to get some money. But then he took that in his GI Bill when he got out of the army, and he actually went to trade school. So he learned to be an auto mechanic. So he wasn't like
okay.
the typical Greek family of the first generation of immigrants who were basically all diner, and there's nothing wrong with that. but he took that and impressed on me. He said, you'll never work with your hands. He goes, I'm going to see to that. He goes, you're never going to work with your hands. You're going to work with your brain. And he drilled that into me. To this day, I can't change a tire on a car. It's hilarious. I'm the son of an auto mechanic. I don't know the first thing about taking care of my car. I would just pay someone to take care of my car. And that was by design. You know, I joke about that with a lot of other sons of immigrants, first generation immigrants, that our parents refused to let us do manual labor. And right now, what's the most secure job? Manual labor, right? You can't get rid of your plumbers and your mechanics and your AC repairmen, right? The professional jobs,
trade schools.
right? The professional jobs are being outsourced, you know, so the coders, the programmers, the marketers, all these people are being outsourced. But the guy who has to come fix your plumbing, he's always going to get a job, right? So my father, though, was like, you're never getting your hands dirty. I don't want to see dirt under your fingernails. I don't want to see, you're going to school, son. And that was it. And
your dad was a tough man.
Very tough man. Yeah, he didn't take crap from anybody.
But you were a mama's boy.
I was a mama's boy. Oh,
so how did he deal with that when you didn't man up, as some would say?
Oh yeah. I came home once, and you know, I'm a fairly big dude. I'm 6'3". Even after losing 70 pounds, I'm still 270. So I'm a big dude. You know, I used to wrestle. I used to play football, but when I was in grade school, couldn't have been more than 12 or 13. I was soft. I was a mama's boy. She would always come and say, you know, Jesus says, turn the other cheek, love thy neighbor, love those who hate you, as you know, like my mother, and she put that into me, like all that nonsense into me. So I would go to school and people would immediately sense that
you were soft.
Fight back. He's soft. So one day I got bullied and I came home without my shoes. It's like one of the funniest stories in my family.
Why did they take your shoes? Because I mean, this was pre-Jordan.
Yeah, it was in the 70s. You're right. It was shitty, like Converse sneakers, I think. They took them because they could. They were mean kids. They were bullies. They were like, oh, here's this big lumbering soft dude. Let's take his shoes just because we could take his shoes. So when I got home, my mother was in tears. Oh my God, you know, and my father said, that's it. I've let you raise him long enough, woman. That's it. He sent me out to the porch and he had me sleep in the porch. He wouldn't let me sleep in my bed that night. And he said, if you don't get back your shoes tomorrow, when you come home from school, you're sleeping in the backyard. He goes, I'm not letting a coward sleep under my roof. So I was terrified. Like, you know, as an adult, you realize there's no way he would have let me sleep out in the yard, right? But in the Bronx,
this is old school.
But he was old school, you're right. And I was terrified at that age that he would make me sleep out in the backyard with all these criminals and running around and everything. So I went to school. I found the kid who took my shoes, and he had him at his desk. What's he going to do with my shoes, you know? And I beat the living crap out of him. No mercy. Like, I mean, I lost it. I barely remember doing it. But when I got called into the principal's office, and my father came in because they called him in, and he said, why is my son in here? And blah, blah, blah. And the principal said, he nearly killed that other kid, Mr. Georgopoulos. He had him by the throat up against the wall, and he was just repeatedly punching him in the face. He goes, if the teacher didn't intervene, that kid would be in the hospital. And I don't remember any of this. I just blacked out, I guess, from the rage. So he said, unfortunately, you know, we can't tolerate this. He's expelled. And it was a parochial school, meaning my father was paying money. It wasn't a public school. He was paying money to send me to that school. So getting sent home for 2 weeks means he was still paying the tuition, but I was at home, right? So it was tough. But on the ride home, I'll never forget this. He looked at me and he said, first of all, I'm proud that you stood up for yourself. And I'm proud that you got back your shoes and you didn't and you sent the message that you're nobody's like pet. You know, you're not going to allow yourself to be bullied. And he was driving the car and I was sitting next to him. And I'll never forget this. I could see it in my mind's eye right now, like almost 50 years later. He turns to me, he looks at me and he says, but if I ever find out that you've become a bully, I'll beat the crap out of you. Don't ever abuse your strength. He goes, there's strength in being someone who just protects his own, but isn't aggressive against anybody else. And he goes, God help you if I find out you ever put your hand on a woman for any reason. She goes, I don't care if she's stabbing you. You never hit women. You never hit defenseless people. You never hit someone who's smaller than you. You never hit someone who's weaker than you, but you learn to stand up for yourself. And that was a lesson that has guided me my whole life ever since then. You know, it was one of those, like I said, maybe 12, 13 years old, still in grade school. And it stuck with me. So I think that's also formed the foundation of a lot of my philosophies later as I grew older and was able to formulate them and sharpen them. But that was very important to me. Like, being a pacifist doesn't mean you're a patsy. Being
Right.
right.
That kind of reminds me of Reagan, what he said,
Peace through strength.
exactly. And I truly believe that, because it's as corny as it sounds. I was reading up on the actor and that that new series now on Amazon Prime, Jack Reacher, or Reacher, they call it. And he's a big guy too, about as tall as you. But I mean, this guy is big and cut, and he's really comes across as a nice guy. But he mentioned that being his size, you kind of develop a confidence, because when you go into the room, you're usually going to be, they're going to sit there and take a step back and go, whoa. But with that type of size and power does come responsibility. Maybe
now
not
you sound
quite
like Spider-Man. Now you sound like Spider-Man, right?
or technically Voltaire.
Yeah, Voltaire too.
Yeah, because that's where I assume that's where Stan Lee got it from.
Yeah, with great power comes great responsibility. Uncle Ben said that right before he died, right?
Yeah, and it sounds corny. I am too. And we're both nerds, as we both love comics. And what parents should realize about these silly little comics, that's actually where we first learn our lessons. And for young men or boys, we learn it in a masculine way versus all these cartoons today that really feminize a young man. At least that's my thought.
Yeah, the content. Look, throughout my life, as I've worked with different people, and obviously with both men and women, I've worked in laboratories, I've worked in banks, I've worked on Wall Street. And one of the things that you notice as you're in the corporate world is how people change and how they change generationally. So for example, when I first started and I carried myself the way I described, one of the women I worked with, she was Jewish. So but it was your typical New York Jewish, not necessarily religious, but culturally Jewish. And she walked up to me one day and she goes, "Bubala, you're a mensch." Now, for those around the country, because I know like there's entire pockets of this, not pockets, huge regions of this country that have no idea what Yiddish is, or like, whatever. Basically, she said, "Come here, son." She goes, you're a real man," because I stood up for her. I took the heat when something failed, because that's what I was taught to do. Leaders don't blame their underlings.
Right.
Leaders take on the benefit of the team, right? Because they only succeed if the team succeeds, right? And but now, lately, you go into an office thing, and if I pull off the routine I did back when I was like, say, 25 or 30 years old, now I'm viewed as an idiot. Like, they're like, "What do you mean you're not blaming someone else? Of course you should blame someone else, because otherwise they'll blame you and you'll get fired." And it's very strange to me that this is the attitude now. So
I think that's that's the victim mentality generation.
Yeah.
The let's give everybody a trophy. Let's not upset the kid. And the truth of the matter is, sometimes you need to upset the kid so they can realize how life works. I brought up you and being Greek. Is being Greek important to you as a person? Do you want people to know, "Hey, I'm a Greek," or it's just part of who you are and you don't give a rat's tail if people know or not?
Yeah. So that's interesting. Obviously I'm Greek. I don't deny it. If you see my last name, it should be obvious to you that I'm Greek. But I don't define myself as by being Greek. Certainly there's parts of the Greek culture that I carry with me that are just inbred with me, right? So in Greek, there's a word called philotimo, which means a lover of honor. And it's been drilled into the young Greek men from the day they're born. If you're part of the Greek culture, it means that you do the right thing even when someone isn't looking.
Right.
One of the worst admonitions that a parent can give a Greek boy when he's growing up is they'll look at you and say, "What you did shows you have no philotimo." And that was one of the worst things a parent could tell you, because it meant that you were nothing. You were like, you had no honor, you had nothing. It almost sounds Klingon in its origins.
Kind of like when a parent says, I'm disappointed in you.
Yes, but even worse, they're saying there's an entire culture of people, there's an entire race of people that you've disappointed. It's even worse than that, right? So so in that sense, there's a lot of Greek I carry. But
Right.
also my father especially, made it a point of saying, we're not in Greece. We're in the US.
Yeah.
And you know what? I want you to speak both languages. So by the time I was 12, 13, 14 years old, I was speaking ancient Greek, I was speaking modern Greek, and they threw in Latin just for good measure because they thought an educated kid should learn to speak Latin. So I had all that by that age. But my father said, you never speak Greek outside the house. In the house, speak Greek so you don't forget it with me and your mother. Outside the house, it's English, baby. And and my father, by the way, interestingly enough, when other Greeks would try to sway him by saying, come on, you're a Greek, you should be voting this way, or you're a Greek, you should jump in with us, or whatever. My father would tell him, and I was witness to it. He'd tell his friends, his age, his generation, you love Greece so much, pack up your family and go back. No one's stopping you. He goes, but don't forget why you're here. You're here because your country couldn't provide for you. You couldn't earn a living in your country. You came here to provide for your family. Don't you ever forget it. Don't ever be one of those people that's bitching about being in the US and crowing about the good old days in the motherland. If that's the way you feel, go back. It's hack to say go back where you came from, but it's not meant like the derogatory way that you hear a lot of conservatives or Republicans today, which is like, we don't like immigrants, send them back. It's not that.
Oh, really?
It's not that. It's not that. It's if you're a logical person and you hate this country that much, one of the great things here is no one's keeping you here.
No, I agree. I agree. That's my belief too.
Yeah. So, but in that sense, not at all. In the sense that I acknowledge where I come from and am proud of certain aspects of my upbringing as a Greek, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I believe that as well, because at the end of the day, we come here for a better life, because the opportunities are here. Sure. And if our countries could provide for us as you said, then why aren't they? Go back. And we live in such a politically correct era now where if you say something like that, oh, you're being derogatory towards them, you're being racist. No, I'm not. I'm speaking of fact.
Sure.
They're coming here because their country was not providing for them, at least for them in their eyes. Right. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. Now, education was big.
Yes.
So I do know you went to a renowned high school. You want to tell us a little bit about that real quick?
Sure. So in New York City, as I mentioned, I went to a parochial school. So my initial was a private school. My parents did not believe in public schooling. But I went to a public high school in New York, but it was what they call like a high school for gifted children. So you had to take a test to get in. And there were 3 schools in New York, still are, that are considered gifted programs. One, Brooklyn Tech is one. The other one is Stuyvesant High School. And the third one, which is the one I went to, was Bronx High School of Science, which actually had a TV show made after it, Head of the Class, with the late Howard Hessman in it initially. It was based on Bronx Science. And, great opportunity, great school, because they didn't really, they didn't have sports teams for the most part, because everyone was ahead, so I was a year ahead of most kids my age. I was a class ahead.
Oh, wow.
Most of the kids in school were a year or two ahead, young Sheldon Coopers, if you watch The Big Bang Theory. So we didn't have contact sports for the most part. If you wanted to play tackle football, you had to join an amateur league, but the school wouldn't allow it because they couldn't carry the insurance, because if you're a 15-year-old, they don't want you playing against 16, 17, 18, because even
right.
a year is enough to like really be an issue, right? So
plus you weren't there for sports, you were there for the education.
Look, Bronx Science, one of the things, the alma mater of Bronx Science has produced more Nobel laureates than many countries have. like, I believe if you look it up, we have more coming out of Bronx Science than we have out of the nation of Spain. Like France.
Is it still around with the same prestige?
It's still around, but they're starting to eat away at the prestige due to
Political correctness. Let's be
political
honest.
correctness, because it's one of those things, again, much like with Harvard. If you go purely by test results, which they have, it's largely Asians, it's largely Jewish kids, it's largely kids from Greek families, Italian families, Latinos, kids of color. They make up a smaller percentage of the student body. Now, there's advocates who say the test is biased, right? That when you give people a test, now how math and science is biased, I don't know. There's some truth to the fact that they weren't prepared adequately by their local public grade schools and middle schools, maybe, but you don't correct that by taking away a great functioning program, right? So it's much like people who, like women who think they're underpaid compared to men, right? You're not. First of all, there's no data to suggest that when you equalize everything. But even if you go past that, and even if we were to assume there is a difference, you don't correct it at the employer level. You start correcting it earlier on, so women can get the right experience, they can get access to the right universities, and maybe convince them that they don't have kids at 25. They put off being moms until they're 35 or 40 later in life. And that's how you catch up if in fact you're behind. You don't put a gun to someone's head and say pay people more just because of their gender.
Right.
So these high schools, I should say, have been suffering from advocates for quota systems, letting in a certain percentage of African American students, of Asian students, and in the case of Asian students, it would be capping them, right? It would be, you're letting in too many, you have to lower them, right?
Right.
Just like Harvard had to do. So that sort of thing always catches up, and it never works out well. Quota systems are just morally wrong, and they're also inherently wrong, and they don't get the results you want. For every successful case you get, for every Clarence Thomas or whatever you get, there's people who are promoted unjustly and just can't keep up later in life, right? They're just products of the giveaway. So
right,
when I went, it was still a prestigious school. Yeah.
There's a great book that talks about that. Everything you just said. But she's called the Tiger Lady out of the Ivy League. She's a professor there. Her name's Amy Chua, and she wrote a book, and she talked about the values of the Jewish culture and the Asian culture. And of course, the politically correct were immediately saying she was racist. But what she was trying to do is say these values is why their kids are growing up and able to accomplish so much more. And she said white families, because she's saying the white infrastructure is dying and breaking up. Yeah. Black families and Latino families could learn from these cultures, and that did not strike the right politically correct chord. But I can tell you, as a Latino, education was never pushed on us, and it wasn't because we didn't care about it. My parents had no clue of the value and the importance. In Panama, I mean, only the rich elites, we call them the Rabi Blancos. Those are the European whites of descent. They own the plantations and all that. I mean, it's all changed. It's not like that anymore. Right. I mean, look at me. I'm as white as they come in terms of being a Latino, and my mom was the dirt poor of the dirt poor. Right. But the point is I think it's sad to see that coming from an institution that has produced that many Nobel Prize winners.
Well, it's not coming from the institution, it's coming from community activists. It's not like so,
but it's the institution that is actually giving up the fight and going, okay,
well, to be honest with you, I don't know that they are, but the truth of the matter is, as publicly funded schools, they have no choice. So
that's true. I assumed there was a private school.
The board of ed can just step in and say, well, look, here's your curriculum. You can't. So for example, when I graduated after 4 years of that high school, when I went to college, the first 2 years of me being someone who got 2 degrees in 4 years at Fordham University, my first 2 years at Fordham University were nothing but repeats of things I had learned in high school. And
Right.
I wasn't taking things like English lit. You know what I mean? I was taking biology courses. I was a biology. I have a degree in biology. Then I have a degree in computer science. So I was taking the hard sciences.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like I was, oh, let's bullshit about philosophy for 4 semesters.
Right. Right.
It was
Right.
like hardcore stuff. And my teachers were amazed. They're like, how do you know this? Why aren't you cracking the book? Well, I learned it already, and
Right.
so uh, the more you learn early in life, the more it gives you to build properly, and that's true for anything, right? You work from the bottom up, not the top down. That
Right.
applies to politics, economics, whatever you want.
Right. Right.
So
But the Japanese are like that too.
yeah,
Their kids actually learn literally half of college in high school, but
right.
yet on the flip side, that's literally their whole country. So it's like uber competitive. But what
Yes.
they do is they kind of party hard in college, you know. So
That's when they're
so
allowed to get crazy, right?
yeah, so speaking of crazy and having fun in college, tell me a little bit about Silverline Games and
Yeah.
Sergeant Slaughter.
Oh, wow, you picked a good one. So when I graduated in 1986, I was looking to hit the job market, but when you've got a degree in biology and a degree in computer science, and you really don't know which one you love more.
John, you said 76. You meant 86, right?
86, yeah, I thought I said 86. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I graduated in 1986. So I was having a tough time finding a job that I thought would be my quote dream job. So I was taking my time, but during my senior year, I hooked up with some guys who were marketing people. Now, you have to understand, all through my 4 years of college, I took a lot of courses, but not one of them was a business course. Not one of them was a marketing course. Because, and if you talk about regrets, that's the one regret I have. I wish probably I had gotten either a minor or my second degree would have been in business administration or marketing or
What were your degrees in so the audience knows?
biology and computer science.
So you truly were a nerd.
Oh, absolutely, through and through, yeah. And so I met guys who were marketing guys. So my senior year, I had developed a board game, like a Dungeons and Dragons game, but it was based on pro wrestling. And it was all about creating your characters. You could be the Matt Superstar, baby, or Dusty Rhodes, or Greg the Hammer Valentine, who was my favorite at the time, or Ric Flair and these guys. So the game just grew in popularity on the campus. So to the point where we would cut class so we could decide who was winning the Fordham Wrestling Championship. And we had made championship belts out of Frisbees, like cheap ass, with stupid marker writing on it, champion and all that. So one of the guys that I knew who was part of the frat, who participated in all this, said, you know what? I'm a marketing major, and I'm telling you, we could sell this. We could form a company and sell this. It's that good. So I said, okay, so why you tell me this? Now you have to understand, as a scientist, I have nothing but mistrust for business people. So at that point, I thought business majors were people who were too lazy to get a real degree. The same thing I thought about liberal arts majors, too lazy to get a real degree, right? So, but anyway, so we talked.
It's funny.
Yeah, and eventually that resulted in us forming a company in 1986, a couple of months before I graduated, and the name was Silverline Games. Now, as soon as I graduated, the guy who I had partnered with was a junior, so he had a year of school to go. So, and then we had a third guy who joined, who was an artist. He used to draw, he used to ink comics for Marvel Comics. And he was super talented, also a great football player. Actually played 3 games for the New England Patriots.
Oh, wow. Are you able to say his name, or you don't have to if you don't want to?
No, sure. I'm sure he'd love it. Frank Sacco. Not anybody famous. His biggest claim to fame is that Andre Tippett once threatened him for sitting in his seat during a film study.
Oh my goodness.
Get out my chair, fool. And the guy said, yes, sir, Mr. Tippett, and he just got up and moved. So we all laugh about that. But yeah, he made it to during the strike season, he made it to the Patriots. He was a replacement player for 3 games.
Maybe you shouldn't have said that part.
Well, look,
I'm kidding.
You and I would give our left arm to have been officially an NFL player,
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, so he was a big guy, bigger than I was, and the 3 of us hooked up. We built the company out. We built games, board games, started to dabble in building out computer games because that's what my degree was in. And because Frank was an artist, we started producing our own comic books. And here we are, 20-year-olds or 20-year-olds and a 21-year-old, whatever we were young. And within a year or two, we had a real company together. We had offices rented, real offices, not basement offices. We leased space. We leased the printing press. We had raised venture capital. So all three of us had dreams of this is what we're going to do for the rest of our lives. We're going to run our gaming company, rule the world of gaming, blah, 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 blah. About 3 months after that, I think it was in 1987 or early 88, we were at a Yankee game. And someone's father had box seats in a luxury suite. So we were enjoying the game from the luxury suite. If you've ever been to one of those things, they're great.
Oh yeah. And some of them are catered.
Yeah, they have waiter service and AC in the middle of the summer. Anyway, we look over and who's sitting enjoying the game, being a guest of somebody else, was Sergeant Slaughter.
And this was at the time that the WWE, correct?
WWF. It hadn't turned,
WWF.
It hadn't turned to WWE yet, and Sergeant Slaughter had just been released, so he had just left the WWF. Agent. Yeah, he was a free agent.
So no longer under Vince McMahon's thumb.
Exactly, and that was key. So my friend says, "Is that Sergeant Slaughter? You guys know wrestling better than I do. Is that Sergeant Slaughter?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay, leave the rest to me." And this guy, if you ever meet this guy, he's the typical sell ice to an Eskimo type of guy. He walked up to him, sat next to him, like, I don't know if you were to walk to a 6'6" pro wrestler and just sneak up on him, I think that would be a bad move. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This guy snuck up on him, sat right next to him, talked to him throughout the whole game. Next thing you know, we had his phone number, called his agent, had him brought in, signed the deal. And the next thing you know, my board game that I had created in the dorms at Fordham University became Sergeant Slaughter's Mat Wars. And we started to market it. 2 years running, we were the #1 booth at the New York Toy Expo.
Did he actually play the game?
He played the game. Wow. He was with us at the expo. So all these wannabe Goombas would walk up to him and like, "Oh, Sarge, what do you say I arm wrestle you? Yeah, like I'm a tough guy. Look at these biceps," because it was also the era where all the bros were really pumping iron and they were wearing the Zubaz pants, if you remember that crap, so they were, and the guy would just be, "Okay, tough guy," beat everyone in arm, any guy who walked up to him, some people.
Hey, you're talking Sergeant Slaughter. If I remember correctly, he had the old
he had the
army
hat. Yeah, so he
gotcha.
He showed up in his gimmick. A couple of guys were stupid enough to say that wrestling was fake to him.
John Stossel moment.
Yeah, and now you have to understand, pro wrestlers deal with that all the time.
Yeah.
But their instinct is that they will leave you alone. They'll take that crap from you, but if someone gets in their face, their tradition, I don't know about lately with Vince McMahon and lawsuits and stuff, but back then, if you were wrestling, you got in a wrestler's face, they would beat the crap out of you to protect the business, to maintain that air of legitimacy. It's called maintaining kayfabe, so one guy got in his face and said, "I think wrestling's fake." And he was like right up, he was a big guy, but he was right up against the Sarge's face. And Sarge said, "Well, if you think it's fake, do you think I could put you to sleep in about 10 seconds? And the guy goes, "No, it's fake. Sleeper holds aren't real." The guy says, "So do I have your permission?" And he goes, "If I put you out, then you'll never say it's fake again. If I don't put you out, you get to run around and call me a bitch to everybody." And with cameras flashing, the guy agreed. So the Sarge, of course, put him in a Japanese strangle, which is an old judo hold, but commonly known in pro wrestling, it was the Cobra Clutch. So put him in a Japanese strangle, the Cobra Clutch. The guy was out in 7 seconds, literally. Wow. You could count it down. He was out on his feet. A guy as big as I am, he was out. He was snoring.
I think fake is the wrong word. It's choreographed.
It's predetermined. It's predetermined. Yeah, that's the official word. It's predetermined.
Yeah, and it's just people. Yeah. And for the audience, John Stossel, obviously, he's a great libertarian, big time with ABC for a while. I don't know if he still is, but this was back in the 90s.
Yeah.
he did a report on wrestling, and pretty much I can't remember the wrestler he went up to, but pretty much said it's fake.
Dr. D. David Schultz. That
Okay, and
was the
Dr.
wrestler.
D. Davis Schultz open palmed, if I remember correctly,
Slapped
just
him.
just slapped
Right
him
across
so
the
hard
ear.
and messed up his hearing. So
And he sued the WWF. Don't forget, Hulk Hogan did that to Richard Belzer too. Belzer was messing around with him. And
really, the comedian, the
yeah,
late comedian,
and it
isn't
was
it?
right around the first WrestleMania. So it was Hulk Hogan and Mr. T, and Belzer was being his usual. If you know Richard Belzer, at the time he was a comedian's comedian, which means most people didn't think he was funny, but other comedians thought he
Oh
was funny.
yeah.
So he was pestering Hogan. Yeah, babe. Yeah, WrestleMania. Yeah, babe. Like too cool for the room. And Hogan said, "Do you mind if I put you in a hold?" And Belzer said, "Sure." And I in my mind, I'm almost convinced Belzer thought it was an act. But
Yeah.
Hogan put him in a front face lock. Wasn't even a chokehold. Put him in a front face lock and just cinched in a little bit. Literally, the guy passed out, fell back, cracked his head open on the floor because
I vaguely remember that
yeah,
now.
Joe Rogan had the best line. He goes, "When you pass out and hit the floor, it's like you're getting punched by the earth because it just comes up and hits you, the ground, right?"
Yeah.
And that's how most concussions happen that are serious injuries.
Fracture
Right?
schools.
Yeah. So, he needed stitches in his head. They ended up suing Hulk Hogan. It was a whole thing. So if I'm warning you, if any of you out there ever walk up to a wrestler and tell them it's fake, don't. Most of them are trained killers.
Right.
Even though
But the thing about it is, it's people just say fake as if it's nothing, but let's say it is fake like they say it is. The acrobatics, the energy, and they don't always look like Tony Atlas,
Right.
They all look fat, like Wahoo McDaniel or Greg the Hammer Valentine with the gut, They're so most people wrongly assume, but you have to be in shape. They're not fat like you put like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Ooh,
right.
It's like when you touch them, it's like, oh man, that's solid.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned Wahoo McDaniel for the old school and
Keith Wahoo McDaniel, former Redskins player.
And Jets linebacker, old school AFC Jets linebacker. But Wahoo McDaniels, Greg the Hammer Valentine, two people that you happen to mention, but in wrestling, if you were in the wrestling business, those two guys were enforcers in the ring, meaning that if a promoter wanted to slap some sense into a rookie or somebody who wasn't keeping in line, they'd put him in the ring with Wahoo or they'd put him in the ring with Greg the Hammer Valentine. And those guys knew, like, hey, we're going to have to lay some real shots in. And in wrestling, now I know this is diverged into pro wrestling, but there was something called hookers in wrestling. And these were guys that you couldn't beat even if you wanted to.
Okay.
They knew how to grab a hold of you. Vern Gagne was one of those guys. Stu Hart, the father of Bret the Hitman Hart.
Yeah, you're talking guys from the 60s and 70s in their heyday.
Yeah, 50s, 60s, 70s. The Funks probably were like that. The Briscoe brothers, because they were NCAA champs.
Oh, yeah, Jack and something Briscoe.
Jack and Jerry, yeah. So those guys could really hurt you. And back then, before cameras and microphones from far away, people believed it. And it really was something that if you walked up to them, they would beat the crap out of you to protect the business. Now, like I'm sure the wrestlers are told, look, unless someone hits you, don't touch them, no matter what they say, no matter what they do, because it's just a lawsuit waiting to happen. But even when I went, and I mean, Sergeant Slaughter took me out with him to the ringside once because we started to travel with him at some point to promote the game. And it was up in Poughkeepsie, New York. And he just said, "Hey, John, you're pretty big. You said you wrestled in high school?" I said, "Yeah, wrestled a little bit." He's like, "Come out with me. You'll be my manager for the night." What? I don't know what to do. He goes, "Come on, just tell
it's like a wet dream for most kids."
Oh, sure. Oh, please. I was nervous as hell. I went out there and all I did was stand like a statue in the corner, on the floor, And every so often I'd turn to the crowd when they would boo the Sarge and I would just be like, shut up. No one wants to hear, which of course just makes
them, that.
Yeah, which of course just makes them scream louder, right? Yeah. So but yeah, it was a great
experience. Well, hold on. Did they throw anything at you?
Not that I noticed, to be honest. I was just so excited and,
like
terrified to be out there. Yeah. Like even when it's a small crowd, it's overwhelming, because that Civic Center, I doubt it held 1,000 people, but you go in there and it's just overwhelming, the noise and the crowd. Like even though it's a look, being a pro wrestler is a crummy life. people, you're on the road 300 days a year. Back then, especially, it's not like you flew everywhere, you drove everywhere. So
Exactly. Well, they still do, the working class ones,
yeah,
But
true.
John, I'm being a terrible interviewer because
No,
we've
go ahead.
digressed
Go
so
ahead. We're
far.
digressing. Yeah.
So that said, though, with Silverline Games, obviously with Sergeant Slaughter's Mat Wars, there's always that high and that low. When did it
Yeah.
start to come down for Silverline Games? And
Well,
what happened to that relationship with the Sarge?
yeah. So what happened was that we went public, and we were actually listed on the New York Stock Exchange for all of 2 weeks, I think, or 3 weeks maybe.
But still, that in and of itself too is an impressive, lofty goal.
It was,
or achievement rather.
Right. We were on the pink sheets, meaning we were penny stock. So it wasn't the New York Stock Exchange. It might have been I don't remember which. Honestly, I thought it was the New York Stock Exchange. But anyway, but then I'll tell you, we ran into October 1987, which for
Black Monday.
Black Monday, for those of you old enough to remember. So our market value was wiped out along with a lot of other small companies. So the money
for the layman though, translate that into actual cash flow. I mean, so you're wiped out on the stock exchange, but if Mat Wars was still generating revenue,
because we had leveraged ourselves, right? So
okay,
when you're, because
in other words, borrowed.
Yeah, we borrowed to, like I said, we were printing comic books. So unlike today, when you could do a lot of digital printing, back then you had to have access to a physical, huge printing press. You had to rent the trucks to distribute them locally to the comic book shops. People forget how wonderful Amazon is in being a distributor for your things now, or eBay or something like that. Back then, you had to go shake hands. You had to fly to different cities. You had to, find a local distributor, cut a deal with that person. That person, then you'd ship them like 10 cases of books, and they would then take them and distribute them to the smaller shops everywhere in their town. We had games to produce, which meant physical board games back then. So Sergeant Slaughter's Mat Wars was like a Monopoly game. You had to open the box, open it up, move your pieces. People forget those little pieces that are cut out, those little wrestler-shaped pieces cost money.
Yeah.
So marketing, so we were in debt, but we were counting on IPO money to help us out with that.
Gotcha.
And it was just bad timing. Like if you had said, what's the worst time these guys could go public? We picked it, and or I should say our financial advisors picked it.
And for the people out there, Sam Walton, who was worth billions, in an hour or so lost $2 billion of his net worth.
Yeah. Or Zuckerberg, when Facebook dropped 2 weeks ago. It's crazy how those 1%ers that everyone's railing about, like Bernie Sanders, they lose more in an hour sometimes than a million people could make in their life, right? So
exactly.
So our market value was wiped out for the most part, and we got acquired by another game company called Tri Game Chess.
So you don't have the rights to Mat Wars, then
I actually have a copyright on it. So I own the copyright on the instructions of the game, and like that. I don't have rights to anything Sergeant Slaughter did personally, like his image, to use it or anything.
After Black Monday, did you and Sarge part ways, or?
It was just there was no reason to hang out. Wrestlers are very income driven, and I'm not saying that as a negative, but they don't have insurance. They don't have they don't get a salary. They're independent contractors, so literally, if they're not working, they're not eating. So and their families aren't eating. So but it's funny. We also, through the Sarge, we met a lot of other wrestlers, and one of them was Big John Studd, if you remember.
Yeah.
So he said, I've always wanted to be a hero in a comic book. So we made it come true for him, and we published his comic book for a couple of issues. It was funny with him was he was more of a friendly guy. So somebody who was like 7 feet tall and like as huge as he was, as intimidating as he was the sweetest, gentlest man you've ever met in your life. He unfortunately died of cancer a couple of years after we met him, but he would send my family a Christmas card every year. And then after he passed away, his widow would send us
Holy
Like she
mackerel.
kept us on her Christmas list. I mean, it really stopped maybe 10 years ago, but even though I never met the woman, it was just like, oh, and hey, how are the kids? Like he had three, I think, well, he had kids. I forget, I think maybe three, maybe four, I'm not sure, but it was like one of those weird relationships you stumble into,
Oh yeah.
We had Tommy Lasorda as a licensee as well.
Really?
Yeah, because we had like our version of a strat type of game.
Yeah, yeah,
So
Stratomatic.
yeah,
Yeah.
and again, my friend who, again, the salesman who could sell ice to an Eskimo, somehow got a hold of Tommy Lasorda
Wow.
rather, after the Dodgers had a bad year. Like they ended up in last one of those years, and he hit him when he was at his lowest and said, "Look, your marketability sucks. Why don't you give us a chance to build up your image?" Blah blah blah. Tommy Lasorda's baseball came out. It was like, it was like so.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, do you? Okay, so I guess, at least you do. But it was interesting because one of the things that came out of it, that whole experience, was when the company Tri Games Chess acquired Silverline after Black Monday. They had a game that was for 3 players at once.
I'm going to stop you there because I
Yeah.
know where you're headed, and we're going to save that story for when we get to the politics of Big
Fair
John.
enough. Fair enough.
How's that? I just wanted to sit there and tell the audience, and if you didn't know that, Sergeant Slaughter is obviously retired in his 70s, but he's back with the WWE as part of their ambassador program.
Right.
You
Right.
know,
Yeah.
so good old Sarge is still
Yeah.
is still kicking it, and I'm actually on his Wikipedia page, and I don't see anything. I see other media, but I don't see the game there. You should sit there and add a little bit to the Wikipedia.
I should. I still have so I wrote the Sergeant Slaughter Mat Wars game for Activision back in the day.
Oh wow!
And I actually have an original copy somewhere here in my office. If I realized it, I would probably have it so I could show it off. But yeah, he was a good guy to work with. He was very upfront, very honest, and yeah, it was a great experience. My first entrepreneurial excursion.
And here's what I always try to stress to young kids, and we're talking to somebody about working with us, is life is a journey. Make it an adventure. And the way you lit up, it didn't matter what happened to Silverline, because the memories you have of the impressionable moments, that's what we remember. It's kind of like the man on his deathbed who worked his whole life, became a billionaire, but what's he talking about? Should have spent more time with the family.
Right, right.
So always remember that through the ups and downs, people, it's always the moments that those highs that you always remember. You always remember the good times.
Absolutely.
So with Silverline Games, and Sergeant Slaughter's Mat Wars coming to an end, obviously on the side came fantasy sports. But what was the journey after Silverline Games that got you to fantasy sports? I take it you had to get a job, right?
I had to get a job. At that point, I think I was in my mid-20s. Was tired of living in the parents' basement. So I said, I gotta get out. I can't, unlike today's kids, I'm not gonna be in my parents' house till my mid-30s, right? So
especially with 2 degrees.
Especially with 2 degrees. And I found the perfect job opening. Again, serendipity. It happened to be a company that was less than a mile away from where we had our Silverline offices in Long Island in New York. So again, dumb luck. It's funny how fate brings you into certain positions in life. You just got to be ready. They say, when opportunity knocks, be there to answer.
Yes.
Well, that's true. So I interviewed at that job, and it was for a job writing code to have computers identify biological assays. Now, that sounded like a lot of nerd talk, but basically, when you go to the hospital and they check to see if you have an infection, right now you have a couple of lab techs, they take it, they smear it, and typically they'll put it in a machine. That machine reads it and then spits out a probability table of what that bacteria is. And that way, those lab techs don't have to check 100 different things. They just check the 2 or 3 most probable things, right? And then they'll say, oh, you got an E. coli infection or whatever. Well, back in the early 90s, I was writing that code. the initial code. And I found a company that was able to mix my degree in biology with my degree in computer science. And actually, I didn't have to choose between them now, right? I was doing both. So I did that for,
Uh,
yeah.
Again, I just got to stop you here because you said you were working with both your degrees.
Yeah.
It's changed, but anywhere from 15 to 25% of people only work with their one degree. The rest of college graduates do not work with their degree.
See, I
So
didn't
that's
know,
impressive.
I did not know that stat, and I'm typically a stat junkie, and that's a new stat for me. But that's interesting that most people don't end up working in their chosen field of study, which is shocking to me on some level.
Well, think about what you said earlier. Liberal arts
Sure,
degree.
yeah, you're right. A lot,
Now, the
like,
business one, everybody eventually goes and works in business, but
right?
the liberal arts degree, I think, is a big part of it, which kind of it's a discussion for another day.
Yeah,
But it's why I truly believe in trade schools, these graphics type schools,
yeah,
the nursing schools, especially in today's economy.
yeah. I agree.
I have a friend whose daughter went to nursing school, graduated 2 years later, and then she specialized in being an assistant to the anesthesia, something like that. But she
Right.
was raking in $70,000 a year, and
Right.
here's these
Right.
4-year degrees. So that's very impressive, Mr. Georgopoulos.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know I was, but okay, fair enough. Yeah, so I worked at that company, started earning some decent money for back then. That's where I met my future wife, because she's a microbiologist. So she was part of the team that was actually dealing with all the, back in school we called it schmutz, but all the different viruses and bacterias and stuff. So bacterium, rather, I should say, and stuff. So I met her there. And then when it became obvious that we would end up getting married, I decided that, hey, I need to earn more money. Like, this science stuff is great, so after a couple of years of that, it was great. But I said, I need to, especially if I'm going to have a family, and, you need to be the breadwinner of the family. So you need to up your game income wise. So I applied to and got hired by a trading bank, investment bank on Wall Street. It was, at the time, it was Bankers Trust. It eventually got bought out by Deutsche Bank.
Oh, Deutsche Bank.
Yeah, and I spent time there.
Your favorite president's favorite bank.
Until they cut him off, yeah. But anyway, so I got hired to be the guy who wrote the code for the foreign exchange systems, and to write pockets of that code. One of like 10, 12 people who were doing that at the time. And that's where I learned to not sleep. And people say, well, that's a bit of, no. When you work foreign exchange, that's a truly global job, meaning that at any given time in a 24-hour clock, there's an office open somewhere doing business, right? So when you consider that the Far East is 12, 13 hours ahead of us, depending on whether it's Japan, Singapore, or even India, then you look at Europe, if it's London, they're 5 hours ahead of us. If it's Germany, it's, 6 hours ahead of us. Spain is a certain time. So
right.
the only time where nobody's doing anything of importance in terms of my local time, which was here on the East Coast, was 3 to 6 a.m. So that's when I trained myself to sleep, because it was easier to stay awake and deal with issues than it was to fall asleep, have your pager go off, and have your wife shake you awake, because at that point, you're dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars. And sorry, let me just turn that off. My bad. So, you're dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars worth of in market assets, and the last thing you want to do is be half asleep.
Right.
Especially if the problem is in a country that they don't speak English very well. So you get like a guy from Japan who has a very broken English, and you're trying to listen to, you're half asleep. No, you stay awake, you have a cup of coffee, you stay awake, and you get the job done. So I train myself to sleep 3 hours a day. And
Wow.
Unfortunately, once you do that, you're done for life. So even to this day, 30 years later, I only sleep 3 hours a night for the most part. So
Right.
that's one of the byproducts. But the good thing, made tons of money. Learned a lot, met a lot of people, and that's where fantasy sports started for me. So you're saying, wait, you were working 21 hours a day, and you're dealing with millions of dollars in the markets, and you're dealing with Wall Street cutthroats, and you were talking. Yes, and I'll tell you why. In 1994, Deutsche Bank it had a reputation of nurturing their people in terms of anything you wanted to learn, they would pay for. I'm not talking about getting a master's degree or an MBA. I'm just talking like, hey, there's this new technology to compress video. I don't know if we'll ever use it, but I want to learn about it. They'd be like, sure, yeah, we'll pay for it. Go learn about.
So they were a bit
video.
entrepreneurial in terms of how they treated.
Yeah.
Wow. Are they still like that?
Deutsche Bank? I don't know, to be honest with you. I would think that they got slapped down a couple of times because of some of questionable trading methods, but back then they were. And so I took advantage of it. And one of the things I heard of that was up and coming was this thing called the internet. And the first browser, Mosaic browser, which was then became the Netscape browser. So I was like, well, this seems like too good. Wow, the ability to like put something up, you don't need, like you can write an article and you don't have to send it to your paper to print. Like you don't have to get a magazine editor to approve it. You could just do it yourself, and all you have to do is attract people to it. Wow, what a concept. So I said to myself, this is the next frontier for journalism. This is the next frontier for information. And so I asked my manager, I said, hey, I want to learn this thing called HTML. Like it seems to me. And he goes, oh, yeah, okay, but how are you planning to use it for the bank? I'll build a website for the bank once I learn it. Okay, deal. So I went off and I learned to code in HTML. And one of the things I did personally was I built a page. The first web page I ever built was a page that had one question on the top. And then I built a forum underneath it, a primitive forum. And the question was, if you were an NFL GM, which player would you take to start your team? If you could
and every armchair quarterback probably.
Exactly. So I did that on a Friday, put the page up, left it up, no advertising, no nothing. Came back Monday, there were like 50, 75 responses. Oh, I'd take Walter Payton. I'd take Dan Marino. It was all typical things like that. But what was amazing to me, and what people don't appreciate, there was no such thing as search engines back then.
Right.
So it's not like you could stumble across Google, say NFL GM mock. There was nothing like that.
I'm not sure when Yahoo started. So
probably after that. But this just got around by word of mouth somehow. Maybe somebody at the bank heard about it, sent it to their friend. It was literally word of mouth. So I said, wow, look at that. 50, 75 people without any effort at all. It just me doing this. So then I started building stuff on my own. And because I was such a sports fan, I just started, and it wasn't fantasy sports initially. It was commentary on pro football. Like how were people acting? Boy, this coach is horrible at clock management. It was that sort of thing.
Were you aware of fantasy football at the time?
I was aware of football simulation. So obviously Stratomatic, I had grown up playing Stratomatic. There was a computer.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was. I know exactly what you're talking about.
XOR. It was called XOR. And the screen, you would pick a play like an actual NFL play. Now, you wouldn't control it the way you would with Madden.
Right.
But the plays, the computer inside would figure out, okay, this is what it was basically a computerized version of Strat. Basically.
Right. It was all statistical based on the probabilities of the plays.
Exactly. And they had some very primitive graphics, which was X's and O's moving around the screen. Yeah. But anyway, I was fascinated by that. But technically fantasy was still 95. So it wasn't really that much to go on. So I published something called Gridiron Grumblings, which was dedicated to football. I love alliteration. So everything I did had to have the same letter. So it was Gridiron Grumblings, brought to you by the head honcho.
And I remember.
Right. And that was me. Any writer I had to have a hokey name. I had the Instigator. I had the Stat Master.
I remember those.
I had the Blowhard. I had all these guys that I gave.
Don't remember the Blowhard.
Yeah. I had all these hokey names that I gave people who wrote for me. And the next thing you know, I'm getting 1,000 people to the site. I'm getting 2,000 people to the site. Now, this is before advertising. This is strictly an ego trip, right? So I built out the site.
On top of your regular job with the bank.
Yes. And again, remember, I'm only sleeping 3 hours a night. So on a down night, I could put in 8 hours on my day job. I could put 8 hours towards Gridiron Grumblings, and I'd still have 5 hours left over that I was awake. Wow. You know what I mean? So when you don't sleep, there's a lot of time to get things done, right? So
Right.
the next thing I know, out of ego, Gridiron Grumblings is doing well. And back then, people forget, if you wanted to buy the domain name gridirongrumblings.com, it cost you like $200-300 back then. It wasn't like GoDaddy for $10. It was, you were making an investment. You're saying, I'm starting a business. So I built that Gridiron Grumblings, had people coming. Next thing you know, I said, well, let's see if anybody out there thinks I'm a quote real journalist. So I applied to the NFL for a press pass, which they gave me. By 1999, I was covering the draft. So it started out humbly, but it built up. It was an independent site. And that's when we started. You and I initially may have met when you guys were doing KFFL. Met a lot of guys.
I think I sent you an email. I don't think we actually ever formally met in person.
Not face to face, right?
It was later.
Right. It was an internet meeting. And I met guys like Joe Bryant, who runs Football Guys now. I'm trying to think, Paul Charchian, all those guys, like when you're Greg Kellogg, Ryan Houston,
Right.
Kirk Boyles. If you're old school fantasy on the internet, the names I just rattled off are Hall of Famers, right? And
Right. And it's tough now because it's every, excuse my friendship, but every Tom, Dick, and Harry with social media, it's there. And there's a lot of garbage out there. I think for the audience, what made John unique, and I built up a pretty good company, but when I looked at what John was doing, he was doing it before us. And I was thinking, holy mackerel, this guy's doing everything I was dreaming of in the computer science room when I first discovered Netscape. So it was quite impressive. But before you keep going, I have to know, or we have to know, did you ever build a website for the bank?
I did. But it stayed on the intranet. It wasn't
the intranet.
Because when you're dealing with millions of dollars, they don't want you falling asleep halfway through, right? So, you know, like I built something, and then the pros took it over and built it to make it secure and things like that. But yeah, I did. As a matter of fact, sidebar, I was the head of the team that built the Chase Bank, JP Morgan Chase first online banking version. So if you're a Chase customer and you log on to chase.com, if you make a payment or someone sends you a bill, part of that code, if you dug into it, you would see my name written by John in there somewhere.
So unlike Silverline Games, please tell us you were paid, fairly compensated well.
yeah. For all those plays, I was very well compensated.
Good.
It was the Wolf of Wall Street days. It was the end of the Wolf of Wall Street. So yeah, if we ever do an R-rated version of this, I could tell you stories about that too. Like
tell the audience what the Wolf of Wall Street, what that era meant.
That meant crazy. Like now, mind you. And I'm not saying this to cover myself, because people who know me know this is true. I'm straight edge. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I've never taken an illegal drug.
Oh, dear God, you'd never be a sailor.
No, I'd never be a sailor. You're right. I wouldn't be. But, you know, you grow up in the Bronx. You see friends die from drug use. You see gangs kill each other over drugs. You just learn a lesson at a very young age. You stay away from that crap. So, like, I'm not going to pretend like I'm a teetotaler. I'm not going to say I've never had a beer or a drink in my life, but at this, I doubt I've had a drink in the last 20 years, maybe. I've never smoked. I've never taken an illegal drug. So, but I was in the middle of a lot of people who did all that stuff. So Wolf of Wall Street there was so much money to be made. There were so many people making money. I knew a guy who owned New Zealand for 24 hours, literally.
Wow.
Owned the nation of New Zealand for 24 hours through a series of trades. Like, there was a secret government guy who came by. I'm not mentioning names because they may still be alive somewhere, but you know, it's like I knew that. There were guys who would be coding with one hand and ordering hookers with the other. You know,
all that was laid out in that great movie
in the Wall Street. Yeah. That's not too far from the
no, Wall Street, the original with Michael Douglas.
Oh, that too. Yeah. But Wolf of Wall Street is actually a lot closer to reality, because Jordan Belfort, the guy who wrote that, who's also a Queens boy, by the way.
Okay.
Actually, that's actually his story. You know, it's not made up. It's largely true. So, yeah, Wolf of Wall Street was debauchery. It was decadent. I was a 25-year-old with a $10,000 expense account.
Wow. Greed is good, as Kirk said.
This was 1995. So you tell me what a 25-year-old with a $10,000 expense account is going to do.
Well, in your case, nothing. You sound like a clean-cut
Well, in my case,
Georgiopolis there, Greek game.
my weakness was all the great restaurants in New York.
Oh, that's because of Italian cooking, huh?
Italian cooking, good steakhouses. I'd be at Peter Luger's expensing it.
Okay, so you were doing this with Gridiron Grumblings.
Yeah.
You covered the draft.
Right.
If I remember correctly, you did meet a guy who I'm not very high on, but has made it huge.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
So I was at the draft and totally new. It was the first draft I had covered. And, you know, you show up and you're branding yourself, right? Because you want these old school reporters. So I'm wearing my Gridiron Grumblings hat and my Gridiron Grumblings t-shirt and all that. And this guy walks up to me, says, "Hey, are you the head honcho from Gridiron Grumblings?" I said, "Yeah, why?" He goes, "Hey man, nice to meet you. I'm a fan of your work." I said, "Oh, cool." Honestly, no idea who it was. He says, "Hey, my name's Mike. I'm from Pro Football Talk." Oh, okay. Now you have to understand, William, you've known me. Anyone comes to me and wants to talk to me, I'll indulge them. I'm
Right.
usually pretty polite to people, and they'll, you know. So I'm talking to him and he goes, "Hey man, can you tell me how you do that internet radio stuff? How do you do that? It's amazing to me. How do you do that? We want to get into that, you know." Anyway, long story short, as you've probably guessed, that was Mike Florio from PFT, who's now on NBC, and he has his own show and channel and his own mini conglomerate. You know, met him. There were a lot of guys who came through Gridiron Grumblings, later Sports Grumblings, who
Right.
You'd recognize. Cecil Lammy, who's a big sports talk host in Denver, actually did some work for me initially. Casey Stern, who's on the MLB network.
That's impressive.
Yeah, he wrote for me. He was a kid out of Long Island. Said, "Can I write for you? I love your site. Can I write for you? I want to get some experience." "Sure, kid. You know, come on board." Like I said, a lot of Hall of Famers have written for me. Greg Kellogg.
One of the first fantasy sports inductees into the Trade Association Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Greg's great guy. And a good human too. You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. Like, good guy. But you know, so we had gotten a reputation, William, of being a solid independent site who didn't mess with people. Like, we couldn't afford to pay everyone what they could make at ESPN or CBS or even KFFL perhaps.
But the point is, though, these people wouldn't have gotten hired at those places anyway.
Perhaps, yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention, a good friend of mine, probably the most talented writer I've ever worked with, who to this day I read his stuff because he's humorous. Nobody here, he doesn't get the love he does. Tom Casale. He used to go by the Tout. He used to write a column called The Fire Sale. It's the only column that isn't my own that I read.
Oh, okay.
Because I refuse to read other writers' stuff because I don't want to be influenced by it.
Right.
So fantasy writers, I mean. So I really don't read Matt Berry. I don't read. Look, Scott Engel is a good friend of mine. Came up in the business together. Don't read his stuff. And look, he's a multi-award winner when it comes to writing, and he's a Hall of Famer as well.
I got to be honest. I just never had time to read anybody else's stuff. And I would always go through the numbers. But when I got a chance, like if there was something I wasn't sure, I do that internet search. I didn't care who came up. I just read it to see who's thinking outside the box that I'm not thinking of. Kind of research gathering.
Right.
But I think what you're trying to say is you never wanted to be seen as copying somebody or taking their work.
Yeah. Look, a lot of people don't realize this, perhaps, if you're a fantasy fan. There's a lot of plagiarism going on.
Oh my God, our work was taken a lot.
Oh, there's a lot of lifting going on. And I'm not talking about the accusations of lifting. I mean, where it was literally people would paste it and then just put their name underneath it.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we caught that a few times, but it's still shocking to hear that it happened.
Well, here's you want to hear a funny example, and I'm not going to tell you the person's name again because who needs the hassle now, but I'm on the board of the Fantasy Sports Writers Association.
Okay.
I'm one of the original board members. I'm still on the board. But back when we first started handing out awards, they needed judges. And of course, part of being a judge was your work couldn't be considered for an award, right? So I think for the first 2-3 years, I was one of the judges. And somebody submitted an article that was my article, word for word, but they had just put their name on it. So do you know the embarrassment? Like, I never told the guy, like, hey, you're disqualified because I know this is plagiarized because you plagiarized my stuff, you know?
Oh, wow.
But
You'll
no,
have to tell me that off air.
off air, I'll let you know who it is. And if you're in the industry, you know that there's certain articles or concepts that I came up with that at the time were groundbreaking that only I had. For example, I was the first, not to brag, but I was the first guy to introduce the concept of consistency, mathematically defined consistency. So when other people were saying, this guy's consistent because he always has 700-yard rushing games a year, that's not consistency. That's like a useless stat. Consistency, it's saying, this guy has between 15 and 20 PPER points, and here's why. And there's a mathematical formula, statistical formula that defines that. So I created a whole industry around consistency. So when I see an article on consistency and it's submitted to me, I'm interested because I'm like, hey, I started it, but I'm always willing to learn. You know, I'm sure there's now real statisticians doing this stuff, right?
Yeah.
But when you see it and it's like, it even had the same joke I had. And it even started off with the same image that I had, typed up on my computer and then taken a picture of and created a JPEG of. And I was like, I can't believe this guy is like so shameless. He didn't even bother like changing the order of the pack, nothing. It was like a straight lift. And I was like, oh man.
Oh no, it's brutal. We gave a subscription out to a big time name in the industry, but he worked for a national network. And the way we wrote, we could recognize that because we were one of the first to I say we were one of the first, but to me it's common sense. It's like all the companies in the NFL would do this all the time. The reporters would always do this. You know, this guy's averaging. Right. And there's like 8 or 10 games in. It's like, well, I don't care about his year average. What's he been averaging from this point to this point? Right. So that's how we broke all our data down.
Right.
And so we gave a subscription. Next thing you know, because, in our job, having the TV on, the sports news is key. Next thing you know, we hear an analyst talking, and I'm working, and I look up, and it wasn't word for word. I'm like, hold on, we just gave that guy, that's our crap he's using, and I viewed it as the ultimate compliment, but it did make me a little bit bitter because that wasn't the first time a multi-billion-dollar corporation had taken our work. Earlier, a multi-billion-dollar, well, not multi-billion, but worth 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 million in investment funds, told me in a drunken stupor, oh yeah, we're just taking what you do. We're just bigger. And we're going to make it better. And here we are dying. Like you're saying, lack of sleep.
Yeah.
It's so I get you. And I get bitter, but not really angry, even though I should be angry.
Listen, you know the story. I've told you the story. I was sued by an NFL team for my own trademark.
Yes. Life is not fair.
And much like what that guy told you, when that team's owner was deposed by my attorney, whom you also know because he's an industry attorney, this is what the answer came back. Guy's small time. He goes, I know it's his trademark. I'm taking it from him.
That's right. That's right. He bullied you.
He bullied me, and there was nothing you could do about it. Now, my attorney did a good job to cut a deal for me, so I had some rights, but it just goes to show you. And the other thing, William, I want to point out, we were talking about plagiarism. Part of being upset at plagiarism is not tolerating it in your staff. So one time I remember that, again, I won't mention the guy's name. We had a guy who came to us and said, listen, I've got this new method for doing baseball projections. And this was when Nate Silver was still hot in baseball with his Pacoda and everything. So
90s,
yeah. And basically, this guy said, I have something similar. I'm the data scientist, blah, blah, blah. So I said, oh, sure, let me look him over. My baseball guy said, hey, this guy's pretty good, So we hired him. I paid him for his stuff. And then after we published him, like 3-4 days later, I get a call. I think it was from Baseball Prospectus. Baseball Prospectus. And they said, dude, you've lifted every single projection we made. And I said, wait. And at first I got defensive. I'm like, how do you know we did it? How dare you say that? The guy goes, because we've made mistakes with certain players.
Oh, I did that.
Yeah, they cheated. Yeah, and he goes, so I said, wait a second. blah, 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 blah. So I gave him the name of the guy who sold them to me. And the guy said, he's one of our subscribers.
Uh,
So what that guy did is he paid a subscription fee and then he went around selling them to other sites.
wow.
So believe me, in that instance, I gave the guy up because he was a criminal. He was stealing
Yes.
property and he was making a profit.
Hurting your business.
And baseball prospectus. I
Yeah.
was pretty sure it was baseball. I could be wrong, but I think it was baseball prospectus.
And for people who don't know, baseball prospectus, they do a lot of work with minor league players and up and coming. I mean, it's even today, you got to go out and find that type of data. It's so I could imagine them being livid. So
sure.
were they more understanding when you told them that
Yes.
you know?
To their credit, they said, we appreciate your honesty. And as long as you promise to take them down right away, as far as we're concerned, that's the end of it. And I said, fair enough. You know, like you have to be righteous when you're the bad guy too. You know, when you realize you're the bad guy, you have to be righteous, William. So that's what I was. I said, we effed up. I'm sorry. We should have done more due diligence. But when
Gotta look in the mirror.
But when you think about it, how would we have known that this guy had stolen all this? He's coming to us saying, this is my work, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
How can you really, you know, whatever. Okay. Lesson learned type of thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So from there was a fantasy forecast rating system you created, which you kind of alluded to.
Yeah.
And obviously I would assume because of your computer science degree, et cetera, you were able to do that. You want to briefly talk about that? Because you kind of mentioned it, but not directly.
Yeah. So fantasy forecast rating system, FFRS for short, for years, for a good 15 years was the lifeblood of sports grumblings. And basically it started with football, but then I expanded it to all the sports. It was a way to evaluate players on a scale that was regardless of position. So a lot of times people will say like, well, should I draft a quarterback or a running back? Should I draft a wide receiver or a tight end at various points in the draft? Well, this system, what it did was it gave you a value that took all that into account, and it was a single number. So, and then what I did on top of that is I put it on a curve between 0 and 100. So it was a lot easier for people to understand. So the guy who had the 100 had the highest probability of being the best guy that week. The guy who was at 97 was 3% worse than the guy, or 3% less likely than the guy above him to have the top score, and you worked your way down, right? And that worked for a lot of our subscribers because, you know, sometimes subscribers aren't analytical. They just want you to tell them like, here's where you should start.
Yeah,
you know?
Tell them, or they're looking for validation of their own beliefs.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So that was something that a lot of people weren't doing, but now it happens all the time. You know, if you go to Pro Football Reference, you'll see the same thing. They have their version. I think it's called DVV or something like that.
Yeah, it kind of irks me how people act as if they've created something that's it's like, stop. But I gave up making that argument. There's a company that you mentioned earlier that talks about the value system they created. I'm like, dude, I've been doing that with my Excel, and I'm not a stats guy. I don't have half the brains of you. I just Excel, writing it down, figuring it out. And it's not hard to come up with this. It's the grind of being consistent and doing it over and over and over.
Right. And something I did back then was I leveraged my experience from Wall Street, right? So a lot of the ways they valued stocks, the way they valued bonds or currency exchange swaps, I took elements that I thought were applicable and I was able to apply them to fantasy sports. Now, especially with DFS, you have a lot of Wall Street hedge fund managers and stock guys and day traders who are making a ton of money at DFS because they're applying everything they learned about moving averages, peaks, troughs, double highs, double lows, you know, and they see an analogy to human behavior and performance.
Right.
So they've managed to leverage that. So now, of course, I'd be like the redheaded stepchild. I'm sure I'm years behind today's analysts, but
that's a problem though, in the sense of what you just said early on in the industry. I no longer go to the events anymore, but before I stopped going, one of the big issues in the DFS world were the sharks, were these people you just talked about literally dominating because of the algorithms, which shows the predictability of sports in a way, but and they're still to this day trying to figure out, how do we do that? Because the rest of the field is kind of like Vegas, you're eventually going to lose, but there are a few people that do win. So I'm not a big DFS fan, but at the end of the day, you were a precursor for that type of stuff, more so than what KFL was. We were using spreadsheets and things like that, but it worked for us. You were way more advanced.
Well, thank you. And if you remember, I used to run a gimmick where I said everything's been determined by Mighty Max, the sports grumbling supercomputer.
What a way it was.
Don't ask me why, but I thought that was funny. But what happened was, it was a great gimmick for radio, especially because I would get in when I was peddling my fantasy football minute, when I was trying to get gigs, when I was doing WGRD, which was our own.
We're going to get to that, but finish the story there.
Mighty Max eventually became a talking computer, which is really my producer on the synth box, making his voice sound like this. This is Mighty Max, and today it's top picks, So it was really it was my producer reading a list, right?
Did people actually believe it was a computer?
No,
there had to have been somebody out there.
I'm sure somebody fell for it, but it was just a gimmick, and it was something that really. And look, if you talk to a data scientist, they talk about their AI, their machine learning, as if it was a baby. Because
exactly, that's why I'm wondering.
When you create these things, it's literally like growing a kid, right? Raising a kid, because you kind of, you birth it, then you got to teach it. Machine learning is literally teaching a machine how to read probability, right? Same thing with AI. So by the time your AI is running on its own, you don't know what it's going to spit out, right? You don't know which way it's going to go. So I called it Mighty Max, and every so often I'd be, well, Max predicts this, Max predicts that. A lot of times it would be predictions that I didn't understand, and I'll never forget this. The one thing that also gave me an even greater claim to fame, this is before he became, I think it was before he became big. I projected that TJ Husmanzada was going to torch Darrelle Revis. It was the Bengals versus the Jets. I forget what year it was.
Oh, wow. Oh, I love TJ.
Yeah. And that game, he had, I think, either 3 or 4 touchdowns, close to 200 yards receiving. And it was against the best corner in the league.
Oh, yeah. Darrelle Revis for a few years was the top man.
Yeah. But my algorithm picked it out. And to this day, I couldn't explain to you why it did, but it did. And I was smart enough or stupid enough at the time to publish it. I could tell you after that, our subscriptions may have gone up 10, 12% because people read about it and they're like, whoa, they're picking out Husmanzada. We can't even pronounce his name. It's like, so little things like that always give you faith. So, when you build something, you got to have faith in it. Doesn't mean you're blind to it, but you got to have faith in it.
I did not have a computer, but I do remember being very nervous and telling people, do not start Barry Sanders. And they're like, what do you mean don't start Barry Sanders? He's playing in Green Bay on grass and it's going to snow. And because it turned out Barry Sanders was the ultimate failure in Green Bay on grass. And it's because of his cutback abilities, what I eventually surmised,
Well, what's hilarious between you and Kellogg. So if you were on the phone with me and Kellogg at any given point during this era, you heard the classic nerd versus hunch guy positions, because Greg was a great writer, he was a great observer, and he used analytics only when he had to.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, a lot of guys like that.
Right, but like when I would say, but Greg, the computer says ABC, he'd be like, I don't care, John, this is what I see. And we'd have these debates that could last hours, where it would just be like us debating the guy with the hunches versus the guy who like studied the numbers, and came up with the stats, So, and I think I always considered you to be more like Kellogg than me back then.
I was probably a hybrid. I went by my spreadsheets, the numbers. Just my formulas were probably much more simplistic than what you were doing. I used a lot of historical.
But I know your personality for people out there, and we'll find out when we reverse the roles in this podcast. But you're a guy who digs into his research. I don't care what the subject is. Like,
Right, because I'm dumb, so I'm like, I gotta smarten up. How do you smarten up?
yeah,
You go research.
yeah, you're crazy into research, so I respect that. But yeah,
Okay, John, I do want to know about this thing you called the Fantasy Minute and how it was a big breakthrough for you. And the reason I ask is it's one of those entrepreneur type stories that comes from out of nowhere that everybody else goes, man, why didn't I think of that?
right, yeah. So back in, like we said, fantasy football, believe it or not, or fantasy sports in general, was not always popular, you know. And you know who really didn't like it? Traditional sports guys. Traditional
Most
sports
definitely.
writers to traditional sports talk didn't have fantasy segments. They didn't have fantasy correspondence. But I think I realized that some stations in smaller markets might have need to latch onto fantasy football to as an audience builder. So I said, wait a second, why not, I think I know how to do internet broadcasting. Why don't I put something together called the Fantasy Football Minute? So I went to Radio Shack. I bought like one of those little proto microphones you plugged into your computer, and um,
I'm just thinking the technology back
oh,
then.
it was horrible. But and there was no such real thing as audio tools that you could get on, like there wasn't an Audacity or a Gold Wave or Adobe that you could
Oh,
clean up sound with.
for the audience, when you think of games, you probably don't even remember. Games back then were more like a weird, cheesy synthesizer type
Yes.
sound.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the technology you were having to deal with.
Yeah. So I always tried to use my best radio voice to smooth out the oscillation and the static. And I would read the top players of the week quite like this. And then I'd break into the, brought to you by Sports Grumblings, blah, 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 blah. Your fantasy sports center of excellence, all the attitude you can handle, blah, blah, blah. Every other dopey tagline I could think of. And basically, I'd package these up on a Tuesday. And I had bought a list of contacts of radio program directors. Mm-hmm. So for people who don't know, there are companies that sell that information. You can go out and say, give me the list of all the people who have signed up to get newsletters who are program directors at sports talk stations. So I send them all emails saying, hey, and I presented myself as a producer. I'm a producer of the Fantasy Football Minute. We are offering it to you free of charge in exchange for playing it in its entirety uncut. And the reason that was a stipulation was because I wanted my tagline at the end. I wanted people to go to sportsgrumblings.com, right? And to my surprise, 40, 50 stations bit. They wanted it. They said, yeah, we could use it.
I mean, what people don't realize is Pro Football Weekly at the time owned the market.
Yeah.
And they had their own little segment that somebody would play to give the latest bits of news to go along their radio show. I would imagine you were probably the only other competitor to that, because I never heard anything else. And remember, this was pre-ESPN, or ESPN still had not made it to that level.
We had not gotten into fantasy football yet at that point. Honestly, I don't know. I'd be lying if I said I was the only I don't know. I accept your compliment and say that, okay, but I really don't know for sure. But what happened was I would send out this minute all over the country. So I guess my New York accent wasn't a problem, but I guess it went to California, Atlanta, Dallas, Chicago, Baltimore. Baltimore was a huge, one of the first sports, WNST, Nasty Nestor.
Oh, yeah. They're still around.
Yeah. And after a while, they called me up and they were like, hey, we've got 8 minutes to fill on a Tuesday. Do you mind coming on to talk about what happened over the weekend, fantasy wise or whatever? So at one point, I was still working at the bank. I would go into my office and tell my receptionist, I'd be like, hey, no calls for the next hour. I'm on lunch. And she'd be like, okay, John. And I'd close the door to my office and I would do my 8-minute calls for the next hour to I would schedule them one after the other, like one every 10 minutes. And I would have my script already in front of me and I would just read it off, talk about the high points and blah, blah, blah. So it was my first foray into radio and I was hooked. I love being able to talk and be broadcast voice, and it was really my first real foray into that.
How long did the Fantasy Minute last in terms of how many years you did it?
Yeah, I'd say about 2 years. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it was maybe 2 years. But then you have to understand at that point, either because people saw what I was doing or they just fell into the idea themselves, the bigger news outlets were doing the same thing. And
Okay,
then
makes
sports
sense.
talk stations realized it was cheaper for
Yeah.
them to produce it themselves and tailor it. So whereas I was doing what now would be considered a national spot,
Mhm.
back then sports talk was very much local and still is to a large extent, right? So
How'd you get him the information though? Because we're talking, I mean, we're talking, it's not like you could just sit there and email him a file of that size. I imagine
yeah,
you had to mail it to them, right?
I mailed them a link to a server that I had with instructions of how, this is how you download it, so I got around it. You're right, because email back then couldn't tolerate that big of file, an MP3 file. So,
But did we even have 55? What was it? 55 MPS or
oh,
whatever?
no,
Yeah, it was like 32 or something like
yeah,
that
it
at
was
that
still
time.
dial up for a lot of people, but I was leveraging. So remember when I said I used to work all night and there were
Yeah.
millions of dollars on the line? Well, when there's millions of dollars on the line, your company builds you an ISDN line.
Oh,
What I
there you
had. My neighbors love me because, when they bring an ISDN line back then, the phone company, the whole block was able to leverage it. So
Oh, they're not cheap. I had a
no,
T-Blood
they were,
line put in it, put
yeah.
into our home
I
because
couldn't I couldn't afford it for myself, but it was like I said, because I worked for a company with deep pockets and they needed my expertise. So I said, hey, I need this line to do this work. And after I did their work, I did my work, so but it was interesting to me that, eventually what happened was these sports talk stations learned to do local spots like that. So
yeah,
here's the best fantasy plays for the Baltimore Ravens this week, they do, or for the Dallas Cowboys or for the Falcons, because they realized, like, why wait on John?
right,
And if we do
right.
it in-house, we can update it 3-4 times a week. We don't have
That's
to do it
right.
once a week. So great idea on my part, if I could take credit for it, but it grew too big for me and I just didn't have the resources to keep up.
Well, you said you loved it, so I must ask about WGRD.
WGRD. WGRD was initially a joke. A lot of, you have to understand, a lot of things I've done started out as jokes, So I started out trying
Would
to
you
teach.
really say jokes, or as much as you didn't expect much out of it, you were doing it for yourself for fun?
Yeah, maybe that's what I mean. Yeah, you're right. I don't know that it was meant to make somebody laugh, but it was a joke in the sense that I never thought it would take off.
Right, right, right.
WGRD was one of those things I did as an experiment to teach myself a technology. And the technology I was trying to teach myself, and again, this is around 96, 97, was internet radio. There was no such thing as podcasting back then.
Right.
And if you recall, if you're old school, what was the main thing? It was a real audio player, was the name of the company that sold audio software. And I learned how to code it. I learned how to take the equipment from Radio Shack and code it, put it up there and everything. And back then, of course, there's nobody cared about copyright. So I took the opening theme of Monday Night Football back then, not the cowboy version, not the redneck one. The boom, boom, right?
You
And
didn't get the phone call.
I
Stop
didn't
you.
get the phone
Stop
call, so I
using.
kept using it, right? Until you get the C&D letter, you just keep using it. So anyway, I did that, and then I would speak over it. And because it was just me in my basement, I was my own announcer. So it would be like, this week on WGRD. And then I would cut in with my regular voice, and people thought it was an announcer and then me. And I would
That's
do,
what I first learned about you was your
okay,
radio show.
fair enough.
That's what
Thank
I
you.
found so impressive because, again, people, you take it for granted today, but the technology was extremely limited. So when Big John was doing it, I was envious.
I appreciate you saying that. And I just would talk for an hour, 2 hours, whatever I felt like. And you could tell from this podcast, I like to talk. I like to listen to myself talk. So I would pick a topic, like coffin corner punts. Why doesn't anybody know how to do them anymore? And I would have like stats and I talk for an hour about how no punter knows how to do a coffin corner punt anymore. And we're getting this increase in touchbacks. And I would have the stats, I put up a graph and say, like, these are the stats that show these things have been increasing every year. Why? You're giving away field position. And I would be like a maniac.
Did you ever do one on the lost art of tackling? I think once ESPN started, everybody cared more about the hit than actually tackling.
Yeah, and I did things on tackling. I did things on a coffin corner punch was the one I remember. I did a whole thing saying that you should have an official score in football because of interceptions that aren't the quarterback's fault.
Right.
I proposed new stat changes, like, for example, air yards versus total passing yards. Like, why should a quarterback take a 5-yard slant that he threw the ball and the receiver took it in 70 yards? Why does the quarterback get credit for a 75-yard touchdown? That sort of
thing. Or the Hail Mary with the interception.
Hail Mary, or like, why is there never pass interference on the Hail Mary? It was like all those things.
Well, you brought up a very good point in a previous podcast that I had no idea of in the stats, is the fact how a team would record the stat data for their own players.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's that.
Especially for defense.
Yeah.
So for defense, especially back in the day, now as an IDP analyst, and again, I was one of the first guys, along with maybe 2 or 3 other guys that I remember. I think Bob Henry was one guy that I remember from back in the day, Red Eye Sports, I think.
Yes.
We focused on individual players. Like, now people just take for granted that you could draft a team with linebackers and DLs and DBs. Back then, it was just team defense. So we were the ones who really were pushing for IDP, And one of the things I noticed was that the assist numbers for players on certain teams were abnormally high, no matter, what. And the reason was that I found out from the NFL information office was that teams would record their own tackles and assists. There was no NFL guy who did it. It was the team guy who did it. So until Stats Inc. came along and said, okay, we're doing it for everybody, and it became a little more normalized, there were teams that were known for handing out assists. So part of our advice was, if you're trying to pick between Zach Thomas and Chris Spielman, go with Zach Thomas, because Zach Thomas, the Dolphins hand out assists like candy. So everything else being even, from a fantasy perspective, you were better off taking Zach Thomas. And there were a couple of teams like that. I think the Seahawks were like that. I think the Falcons were like that. I could be wrong, but I remember the Dolphins were big guys like that. So
I gotta be honest.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and that's what I talked about on GRD. It was less of, like, it wasn't like the ESPN fantasy show, the Matt Berry show. It wasn't anything like that. It was more just Big John talking for an hour or two. I didn't have any guests, and it was a free form thing. I'm not going to say I inspired people, but like, there were people who later in life came up to me and said, "We love that show, dude." And as soon as we learned how to podcast, we would do the same thing. And
I only listened to it a couple of times, only because college, working, and then doing KFFL. It's like I just not have time.
Yeah, you were. Yeah.
But it does bring it into a good segue into the final broadcast, and it's kind of sad, but it kind of epitomizes what you were saying. It was just a free flowing show.
Yeah. The last broadcast was on 9/11/2001. As I mentioned earlier, I was still working on Wall Street as my day job, and I was in the neighborhood when the terrorist attacks hit the Twin Towers. Now, I wasn't in the Twin Towers. I was in the area, but I saw the first tower get hit. So my first thought was, I got to get home to my family, because back then, you have to understand, if you were in New York those days, or Washington D.C., I guess, when the Pentagon got hit, literally there were people on the radio, and I was listening on my transistor radio, and I was like, we're under attack. That's what you heard people say. We're under attack. We don't know who's attacking us. We're under attack. We don't know when the next attack is coming. We don't know who's, So, when you're in that situation, there's 2 thoughts that go through your mind. And I'm sure your ex-serviceman, William, you know this. In that sort of situation, you're like, 2 things. How do I get out of this alive? And is my family okay? That's literally the 2 thoughts that are in your head. Everything else, you don't care about. Your money, your possession, nothing. It's like, is everybody safe?
It's funny how immaterial things don't matter.
Yeah. So I managed to survive, obviously, and I got home. My family, thankfully, was fine. And then a day or two later, after I like calmed down and figured out don't forget, I had guys who worked for me at the bank that I needed to account for too as a manager. Like, are these people okay? Did they,
Yeah.
you know, one guy to this day calls me once a year or sends me an email to say, thank you for telling me not to come in that day.
Wow.
And it had nothing to do with me knowing anything. Obviously, I just said, hey, you've been working hard, take the next day off or go to the office in Long Island. You don't have to come into the city. And it was literally, you talk about fate. And
Yeah.
that guy told me, goes, John, I'm a fat bastard. I would have died. There's no way I'm running. I'm not getting out of the building alive. I'm dead, and he goes, thank you very much. And I said, I appreciate it, but it's not like I did it on purpose. I didn't know I wasn't saving your life through any sort of, it was just dumb luck. But anyway, so once that got done, a day or two later, I said, I feel the need to talk about this. So I got on WGRD, recorded what we're now calling a podcast. And I described what I saw. I described the people running around. I described people trying to get home to their families. I described my own, because I have a special needs son and he was in daycare and we had to figure out how to get him, because again, if you weren't in New York, they were shutting down roads, bridges, tunnels. They didn't know where the terrorists were. They didn't know if there were any of them running around on the ground. So you weren't allowed to move around in the city. If you weren't home within an hour or two, you were stuck somewhere. And when you have a kid with special needs, you don't want him in the custody of strangers or teachers or whatever. You want him at home. So my wife, God bless her, she knew enough. She put me second, which is what I would have told her to do.
Well, that's what moms tend to do.
Yeah. So while she was trying to figure out if her husband was alive or dead, at the same time, she went and got her child and brought him home. So by the time I made it home, worried, because again, cell phones were out. You couldn't make a cell phone call either. I got home and I saw that they were fine. So that took a lot off my mind. And I was able to, a day or two later, when I realized other people who had and had not made it, unfortunately, then I said, I need to talk about this. So I talked about it. And then I realized I wasn't going to do any more GRD. That was the last episode. I could not bring myself to do another one after that one. It was sort of like the last one. I wasn't going to do another one. And I didn't. It was years before I did another podcast.
But you did do another podcast, which opened the door towards Sirius in terms of gaining more and more experience. So talk to me about what was it? Gridiron Grumblings Live, and then came Sirius.
Yeah. It was Gridiron Grumblings Live. And at the time there was, and I think it still exists, there was a platform called Blog Talk Radio. And there was a guy named Mark Ronick, or Ronick, I don't remember how to pronounce his name, but Mark reached out to me and said, hey, I used to listen to WGRD. I think you'd be great. Do you mind doing a football show for our network here on Blog Talk? Sure, why not? And that got me back into it. The bug bit me again. So, but now it's focused on fantasy, and I also tried to incorporate my sense of humor into it. So it was a little bit different of a show. My goal was to create the environment of a sports bar where you and your buddies go, you get a beer, you get some wings, and then you're just arguing about nonsense, like trades that'll never happen.
Right.
Who the greatest southpaw of all time was, like the type of talk you would see on Cheers or something, right?
Right.
And that was what I was striving for. So I did that with them, gave me some experience. And then when satellite radio came around, I used to listen to a show called Ron and Fez. And for those of you that may have heard of it. And Ron Bennington, who was one of the hosts of the show, used to always crack.
Hold on. Ron and Fez was actually a very highly rated show on Sirius at the time. It was everybody thinks Stern, but they were up there too.
Yeah,
right?
They were one of their more popular shows. Yeah, it wasn't like Howard Stern was clearly number one.
Right.
Maybe you had Opie and Anthony. Maybe you had the Oprah channel or something like that. But then that second tier of getting things was Ron and Fez. So I was listening to them. I loved Ron Bennington's sense of humor, and it was just very dry and sarcastic. But for some reason, he hated fantasy football, hated it with a passion. He would say, this is a waste of time. It's nothing but a bunch of nerds, like real football fans don't pay attention to this. So one day I said, okay, I'm going to call in, so I called in, I got on the air, and in about 15 minutes of talking to him, I managed to turn him around. All of a sudden he goes, okay, I got to give this fantasy football a try, Fez, let me see what happens. He tried it. He turned out he got addicted to fantasy football. So
Most people do.
yeah, at some point he reached out to me and he said, do you mind calling in every Monday or Tuesday, I forget what day it was, and give us the recap of the week? You know, because you're good on the radio. You have a good radio voice. You should get on the radio. I said, sure, why not? Sounds fun. Again, go to my office, close the door, tell my secretary, no calls, please, for the next hour. And all of a sudden, Big John, the fantasy expert for the Ron and Fez show, would come on the air every Monday. Around that time, industry rumors, lifeblood of any industry, right? So I heard whispers that Sirius said, this fantasy thing is a thing. We should have a channel dedicated to fantasy sports. So they were looking for content providers for the radio. Now, remember, at that time, this was an opportunity because most of the, quote, real football journalists had nothing to do with fantasy sports.
Right.
They considered it slumming. So
which helped people like us, though, if you think about it, because that meant there was a need that had to be filled.
Absolutely. But, and I don't mind saying their names because I think the history is clear on it. Peter King, Don Banks, Dr. Z, Zimmerman, guys like that couldn't stand fantasy sports. They were dragged into it, I think, by their editors later in life, but they just hated it. They would write opinion pieces against it.
Right.
Yeah. So I said, oh, okay. But I was still a little lost confidence. Like, I didn't know if I want to start. Like, you have to understand, at that point in life, I was maybe in my mid 40s, and I'm like, people in their mid 40s don't start a radio career, like a real radio career. They want kids that they can mold, who've been to broadcasting school. And of all people, I'm going to give you a name, Ryan Houston.
Fantasy Asylum.
Fantasy Asylum, yeah. And he went on to his empire kept growing in fantasy land, but we were friends, not business partners, which is the key to liking Ryan. Don't do business with him, but if you want to meet a nice person who's very generous, it's him. And he called me and we started talking, and I said, hey, you getting your guys on that fantasy channel? He goes, yeah, I've got a couple of them on. I've got Ray Flowers on there. I think I'm getting Kay Adams on there, blah, 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 blah. Oh, there's another one that I knew back in the day. She's on, the host of Good Morning Football now, right? Kay Adams.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't
just realized that, I had met her when she worked with Ryan. But anyway, and he says, yeah, so when are you getting your show? So what do you mean, when am I getting my show? Like, to Ryan, it was just like, he's got one, right?
Right.
I said, I haven't even thought of applying. And he gave me a talking to for the next hour. Like, a tongue lashing. He goes, why aren't you getting your own show? You started this radio stuff. Why don't you do it? You should call him up. You live in New York. It's a 10-minute run for you. Why don't you, and he browbeat me into calling Steve Cohen, who we also knew back then. You know him as well.
Really and as we've said,
great guy,
one of the nicest guys. And if you don't like Steve, you're the problem.
Yeah, if you don't like Steve Cohen, you're the problem, not him. And I sent him an email and said, hey, my name's John. I don't know if you remember me. Oh, sure, John, I remember you. Yeah, we used to do news items on the internet a couple of times. I said, yeah. Hey, I'm thinking of doing the show. He goes, come down for a demo. Didn't even miss a beat. He sent me, he's like, come down for a demo. I'll have my PD set up a demo time for you. You bring your crew down, and if you sound good, we have a spot open on weekends.
Hold on, you bring your crew down. Who was your crew?
All right, so my crew initially, this goes back, was Tom Casale, the guy I told you I love, and he was a great radio voice, great talent. The guy that we knew as the instigator, and the guy we knew as the stat master. And we brought them on. They were my initial crew.
Okay, so your old, so your current sports grumbling guys.
My sports grumblings guys, two of whom were my college guys that had been with me in the dorms when Mat Wars started. Brought them along.
Wow.
And Tom Casale was my writer. I said, you got to come down. This is an opportunity, which he did. So that was the original crew. We got the show. Through circumstance, Tom couldn't be in New York City. He lived up in Albany, and it was like too much. It was like an 8-hour drive. So he couldn't do it on a regular basis, but we set him up as a regular call-in guy. He was replaced by a friend of mine who had nothing to do with the fantasy sports industry at all. But he was a great voices guy. He could do imitations.
Okay.
And he had great comedic timing. And don't forget, my show was never going to be a straight fantasy show. My vision was it was going to be a fantasy sports comedy show. I
Right.
wanted to make it more like Howard Stern and Ron and Fez and Opie and Anthony. I
And
didn't
for
want
the
to,
audience,
yeah.
Big John, since I've known him, to me, I always felt you had this comedic streak. You're that wannabe stand-up comic.
Yeah.
It's like that. Honestly, if somebody said, "What is his dream job?" I said, "Be a stand-up comic." Even though I knew all the fantasy, that's what I got out of your personality and impression. So it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, I'm probably not a stand-up comedian because I don't have a messed up life. You know, I firmly believe that the best stand-up comedians, if you look at George Carlin or Richard Pryor or Patrice O'Neill or any of those guys, they had messed up lives. That's why they speak from pain, and that's why they're funny. I never had that. I had a great childhood. So
That and songwriters.
yeah. So, right. Most artists have suffered at some point. But so I said, hey, this guy, my friend Larry, let me bring him on. So we created a character, Judo Larry M. And I gave him the role of being my bodyguard. Now Larry in real life is about 5'6", 150 pounds, soaking wet with 2 bricks in his pockets. All right. He's not a big guy. So the idea, and this was an inside joke, of course, was the idea that somebody his size was protecting somebody my size was hilarious to me, but it was an inside joke, right?
Yeah.
But when we broadcast, I built these characters. So for example, the other 2 guys would get into fights over a player. What do you mean you want to start? What do you mean you want to start Terrell Owens? What are you, nuts? And they would literally get into on-air fights to the extent where the audience and the PD would call in and say, you better get Judo Larry in there. It sounds like they're going to kill each other, you know.
So, but what was it? Just sound effects or are you guys?
No, I told those guys, argue like you're going to kill each other. Like, I want that realness to you. So as long as you don't curse, just go after each other. And I would pretend like, hey, guys, calm down. Hey, Judo Larry, get between them. Go sit between them. And then every so often I'd take a picture and post it on Sports Grumblings of Judo Larry sitting there between them with his arms folded, but I would picture it in a way where he seemed a lot bigger than he was. The other guys were sitting lower. Yeah, it was like a whole comedy routine. So we initially had the highest ratings on the channel.
Wow.
In the sense that we got the most phone calls per hour, and we only had a 3-hour show once a week with no lead in and no show after us. So on Saturdays it was all repeats. We were the only live show.
Okay.
And I had guests on because as soon as I got there, my goal was to learn. So I would sit with anybody that I saw in the studios. I saw Cousin Brucey, who was the guy who brought the Beatles to the US in the 60s. Bruce Morrow, Cousin Bruce Morrow. And I would sit with him and go, Cousin Brucey, how do you get ready for a show? And he would sit there for an hour before the show and talk to me, you know. Or I'd meet, I met Opie and Anthony. I got to meet Jim Norton, one of my favorite comedians, because he was doing his heavy metal show. I got to meet Marky Ramone because he was doing his punk rock show. You know, it was like all these guys that were idols of mine. You know, I got a chance to meet at Sirius. So I'll always be grateful for that. And Ron Bennington of Ron and Fez, who gave me my first break by calling in, he went to Steve Cohen. And before they decided whether or not he said, you got to get this guy on the air. I'm giving him my personal thumbs up. You got to get this guy on the air. And I'll never forget what he did, because it's a cutthroat industry. And for someone to stand up for someone else with no interest whatsoever in their success, that's a sign of a decent person. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And so we had our show. We had great success. We had all the callers who were Ron and Fez fans and Opie and Anthony fans. They were calling my show. So we were building this audience. But our program director, I won't mention his name, really thought that was a bad thing. So he would always call me into his office Monday morning, like, hey, John, how come your show doesn't sound like every other show on my channel? I don't know. Is that a bad thing? He goes, yeah, it's a bad thing. I need you to sound like every other show on this channel.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And I was like, okay. Literally, okay.
What would he care as long as the ratings were there? Or,
yeah,
or however they could figure that out at Sirius.
I don't know. And I want to be fair to him. It's not like he gave me his reasons. He just said to me, this is what I want. So
but that's even worse from a boss, where they don't tell you why.
Yeah, I agree. I would never be that type of, but he was. So I said, okay, you know, whatever. And then by the end of the season, he pulled me into his office and he said, yeah, you're not getting some good ratings anymore. Well, yeah, you basically changed my show, you know? So I don't know
So
why.
you did conform the way he wanted.
I did, yeah, because I spoke to Ron about it and I said, what should I do? And he said, John, you're too new. You're too new to
You're the
be Howard
boss.
Stern, you know? You
Yeah.
gotta do what your boss tells you. He goes, do what he tells you. And I said, okay. And like, I cut out the jokes, I cut out the arguments, I cut out, you know, like the produced bits. Cause I used to have my producer go and say, like, we used to do something called the, your fantasy tip of the moment was and I love this piece. If you go on YouTube, you could probably find it somewhere. Fantasy tip of the moment was a produced piece by my producer, a kid named Mike Martino, who I renamed Playboy Mike Martino. We built him up like he was this Latin lover, that he would come in and he'd have girls all around him in bikinis and he'd be in the control booth. He wasn't paying attention to us because he was hanging out with the broads, you know, it was that sort of thing. And he would produce these great things. I would write out the script and it would be like, fantasy tip of the moment. Don't forget to drive hard to the hole. It was just like all these double entendres.
Yeah.
The music playing in the background. And the audience loved it. The PD hated it. He hated it. He's like,
what's a PD?
Program director.
Program director, okay.
He was like, he hated it. He's like, what's that doing on a sports channel? Why is that on the sports channel? I was like, it's funny. It has to do with sports. They're all double entendres with sports metaphors. Do you know how long it took me to write this script, like this material? You know, I spent all week on it, you know.
So, but that, I mean, I would imagine that type of schlock, I guess, is your PD would call it. That type of schlock, though, was probably popular with like the Stern people, the OP people, the Fast people, because I assume they kind of did similar things, right?
Yeah, and here's the funny part. I actually spoke to him towards the end when it was obvious he wouldn't renew my contract. I started asking him questions. I said, like, what do you have against this cross-channel pollination? I said, my show, because I'm in with some of these guys, like, you have to understand, a lot of the Opie and Anthony guys, like their crew, would come hang out in our studio, which means when they were on their shows, like, you know, there's recordings of them saying, hey, we're going to go mess up Big John's show. You guys tune in to Sirius, whatever the channel was at the time, I forget, 141 or whatever it was. Tune in so you could hear us destroy his show, you know. But of course, we all work for the same company. No boss is going to let one talent destroy the show of another, right? So
it was just a shtick.
It was a fake radio war. So they would come in and pretend like they were taking over the mics, and we would make sound effects like we were wrestling over the mic, you know, and things like that. I had wrestlers. I had ECW wrestlers show up to my show.
Wow.
I had a guy in a wrestling luchador mask show up claiming to be that he was the representative of real wrestling. You know, it was like all this fake stuff, but it was hilarious, you know. But anyway, so the PD hated it. He thought it was ridiculous. And when he made me conform, you know, because again, I'm one of those people that believes if you work for someone, you do what they want. They're paying you, right? So,
oh, yeah, yeah.
So even though I disagree with it and I tried to persuade him otherwise, he just wasn't having any of it. So by the end of the season, like you said, all those Opie and Anthony people were like, this isn't funny anymore. There's this fantasy sports. I could get this anywhere. I don't need this. I don't need to go to this channel. So yeah, but here's another thing. Everything we did after we left is now standard for that channel. So that PD, even though he's not there any longer, after we left, slowly, all the shows that came in to replace us and the shows that were there took on our comedy thing. So for example, one of my things was I want to get Brie Olson. She was the #1 porn star at the time, because I thought it would be hilarious to have a porn star in the studio who knew nothing about sports trying to answer sports questions. Like I would bring her in and I would say like, so who would you start at quarterback this week? And just listening to a bubblehead try to give you her reasoning, to me, was the height of comedy.
Oh, I can imagine that. Well, I like Tom Brady, the way he bends over the center.
Yeah, right. But how funny would that have been, right? But I mean, but my point is that he rejected that. He says, I don't want any porn stars in my studios. Like, oh, really?
In that sense, I think as a PD, I would have been, let's slow down here, John.
No, fair enough. But here's my point. Who is one of their show hosts?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The porn star.
Yeah, Lisa Ann.
Lisa Ann,
by the way, full credit to her. She's knowledgeable about sports. Yes, she was an adult film star, but she's also very knowledgeable about sports, and she had an entertaining show. I'm not ragging on her. I'm just saying, like, oh, really? Sports Grumblings leaves because they were doing these comedy routines, and all of a sudden you've got a porn star hosting her own show. Um, they used to tell me, don't talk about football all year round. Nobody wants to hear about football in the off season.
Actually, they do.
That's all you have now.
You know, our most traffic time of the year
was the off season.
It was the draft, because it wasn't just fantasy. It was you know, hot off the wire is what made us. And for people who don't realize that, that was straight player news. And but I do understand about the PD. When I was with the NFL Network, they I love talking to Seth Joyner, because he was the first one that kind of proved to me, even though I always knew it, but to see it, I'm like, oh, you really are a dumb jock. You know your X's and O's. But Kenny Norton he was like Kenny Norton. He was like the 6-year-old kid, could not leave us alone. He just wanted to talk fantasy. And the way he talked, like Mike Tyson, hey, KFML, who should I start?
Wait, Ken Norton, the linebacker for the Cowboys. And the
right. 49ers. One guy with what, 3 or 4 Super Bowl rings.
Right, Ken Norton Jr.
Yeah. He was NFL Network, one of their first.
Okay. I did not know that. See, I'm learning something.
So then they come to us. Y'all need to stay away from Ken Norton. And I said, he comes up to us. So then he comes up to us, Ken, they don't want you talking. Screw them. The next thing you know, where's Ken at? He's been ordered to stay away from you.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know, TV didn't work out for me. I mean, I ended it not knowing that's a tale for another day. But I get what you say. Some of these, it's I don't know, maybe their jobs are on the line and they have to conform. I don't know, but I get you.
Here's the thing, like, and again, I'm trying to put myself in their shoes. Nobody ever got fired for doing what their boss told them, except for me. I did what my boss told me, and they
got fired. So talk to us about that, though. That must have been heart-wrenching in the sense, it sounds like you were having the best time of your life.
I was having a great time. Yeah, I to be honest with you, it broke my heart. It broke my heart. Not because necessarily I was off the radio. And look, people need to know I wasn't making money at Sirius. Sirius, put any thoughts you have of people getting rich off radio, put that out of your head. That doesn't happen.
Unless you're Howard Stern.
Unless you're Howard Stern or Opie and Anthony. Like, you've got 5 guys making millions of dollars and then hundreds of people making minimum wage, essentially, right?
So please validate this for me. Is I've been told, and I suspected, because I sold the company, or Ryan and I sold the company in 2006 and 2010. I completely walked away. And that was about the time Sirius started to explode with the fantasy channel. But I always, for example, my new bosses, they actually pay for their segment to get on there. And it struck me that on the fantasy channel, it seemed that more companies were paying for their airtime than actually getting paid. And for me, that was the loss leader. I'm not a loss leader, but a money loser, because I'm like, unless you're bringing the subscriptions in, and if you have the same audience over and over, you're tapping yourself out. So I never understood that model.
Yeah, so definitely I can confirm. I know for a fact the show that replaced my show paid for the slot. Now, I don't know if that's still the case, because I haven't been there in 10 years. But when
I'd imagine it's the case now with podcasting so popular.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess so, but I can't. I would be talking out of line. But I know for a fact the show that took over our slot, paid for the slot. So to the PD, not only did he think I was like not funny and didn't want my type of show, he also said, hey, I'm paying this guy whatever it was at the time. It was literally like $50 a show. It was just enough to cover travel expenses.
Yeah.
Instead of paying this guy $50 a show and paying for the producer who's a serious employee, now I've got a guy who's willing to pay to cover the airtime and cover the producer. So, like, to him, it was a no-brainer, because once someone's paying for the slot, the show is a guaranteed profit, right? Even if it's small, it's a guaranteed profit.
Kind of like AM radio on weekends.
Yeah,
Sunday mornings.
Yeah, a lot of local stations work on that model, and the way, now you may ask yourself, why would someone pay for this? Well, one reason is that you get a certain percentage of the airtime for commercials. So like when we did Sports Grumblings Live, we always pimped out our website and our subscriber services. So for me, that 1 year that I was on, I saw an increase in subscribers, right? Because, we'd make a good prediction And then if that prediction came through the next, because don't forget, we aired Saturday nights. So our projections were the freshest ones for Sunday's games, right?
Right.
Especially at the beginning when Sirius didn't have live content Saturday night after us. So if you wanted to find something out, you listened to us and then you went into Sunday's games. You could see our numbers go up 10% that Sunday, 12%, 8%. So for a small company, those are nice numbers to get a boost out of for essentially doing a 3-hour show, right? So,
Right.
so to us, it was worth it, but not to pay for it. But yeah, it was tough. Like, it was not that you made a lot of money off of it. So
Well, tell me about your last day there. As I can picture in my mind,
yeah,
you with the box,
yeah.
Big John, big girthy John with a little box with his stuff
right.
in there.
So I got called into the PD's office on a Monday. So it was after the weekend show, and he said, "Hey, John, can you come in? Need to talk to you."
Did you
sure.
know?
Yeah, I kind of knew, but it wasn't 100% in my mind, but it was like 75%. I knew what was going to happen. So I go in there, I sit down, and from the second he starts talking, I could tell from his body language he was going to say he wasn't renewing the contract. So I decided to be miserable to him. Not that I got angry, I was just the opposite. I was super nice to him, which made him feel uncomfortable because he expected to need security guards to escort me out.
Well, you're kind of tall, big, and you weren't getting along with him. Can you blame him?
Yeah. No, I don't blame him. And I think a lot of people may have been angry at that point, right? But I was super nice. I go, "Well, thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. I learned a lot. I got the chance to meet a lot of my heroes." And the guy stood there with his mouth open. He was like, "What?"
He was hoping to see you miserable.
Yeah.
Enjoy that moment.
And I was like, "Well, I really love broadcasting. If there's ever an opportunity to work here again, I would love that opportunity. I understand it's up to you, but blah, 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 blah." And I said, and I shook his hand. I stood up. I shook his hand. And because look, the one thing working on Wall Street and the banks tell you, be professional at all times, because it's incestuous. People run into each other all the time in these things. So I left. And on the way out, I said, "Oh, let me stop by the men's room before I leave," right? So I stepped in the men's room. As I was going in, there was this guy who was in promotions. He was the talent booker for Opie and Anthony. His name was Liam.
Okay, so he was working on one of their biggest shows then.
And he said, "Hey, John, what's up? How's it going?" And you could see it on my face. I was like, "We didn't get renewed for the new season." He goes, "Really? Why?" I said, "I don't know. He just said we're not renewed." He goes, "Oh man, well, I'm really sorry to see you go." Shook my hand. Then I went in, took a leak, came out. When I came out to leave, there were like a bunch of staffers lined up in the hallway leading to the elevators, and just gave me a round of applause as I left. Very touching to me, very moving, because a lot of those people probably didn't know me. A few of them did. Yeah. But it was just very nice. And I know Liam went out and got them and said, "Hey, this guy just got his show canceled, blah, blah, blah." And I guess maybe it's a radio tradition. I don't know. But you have to understand, again, I started that when I was 46 years old. So think of that. It's like being a 35-year-old rookie tailback or something. You know what I mean? It just doesn't happen that way. So to this day, a lot of those guys from Opie and Anthony just assume that I was someone who came up from Washington, D.C., which is their other broadcast studio. So when they saw me in the halls, they would say, and I found this out because I interviewed them later for my own podcasts, they would all say the same thing. "We thought you were from the Washington. We didn't know that you were a caller who just showed up." And they were like, "Oh, wow, that's even more impressive that you just started because you were a caller." And a lot of them to this day, I could reach out to them and say, "Hey, man, can you come on my podcast?" Sure, we'll give you an hour,
Come on, our podcast.
Our podcast. Yeah, we'll get those guys out. Like, for example, Anthony from Opie and Anthony, good guy. Every time he sees me, he'll say hello. He doesn't remember my name, but he remembers my face, and he'll say, "Hey, you're the guy who did sports, right?" Jim Norton, who's a very famous stand-up comedian.
Yes, he is. Conservative. I don't know if he's conservative, but has a libertarian conservative bent.
He has a streak to him that could be. He's more contrarian, I think, but yeah. And every time he sees me, he's like, "Hey, buddy. Hey, big guy." And who else? Oh, Ron Bennington. Every time I ran into him in Manhattan to this day, "Hey, Big John, how's it going? It's John from Sports Scrum." And he'll pretend like he's announcing it to the world. "Hey, it's John from Sports Scrum." So I'm very grateful, even though it broke my heart, because let me tell you something. There's nothing more addictive than knowing you're speaking to hundreds of thousands of people. There's
Right.
nothing more addictive. Like, I understand why petty dictators love being petty dictators, to be able to stand there and just talk, and you know people are paying attention to you and listening to you and possibly making decisions based on what you're saying. Wow. That's like, to anybody who's not experienced it, that is like crack. It is so addictive.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Ron warned me about that. He says, you're going to have withdrawals, buddy. He goes, I've been fired from plenty of radio stations. Those first couple of months, you're going to wake up in your sleep and you're going to be in your radio voice, and you're going to talk to your wife in your radio voice without realizing it, because you're going to miss it. And he was right. It really hit me. And it wasn't financial. It was just that power, that feeling that you're performing, you're talking. So yeah, it was a big crushing thing for me.
And Fez is still on there, right?
No, Fez unfortunately passed away recently.
Ron's still there.
Yeah, Ron is still there. He has a show with his daughter. It's called Bennington. Fez unfortunately, he retired, which was probably best for him, because he was a mess. Like, he was a hypochondriac, and he was, if you knew Fez personally,
It kind of came true, huh?
yeah. If you knew Fez personally, he was a bundle of nerves, and he was always anxious, and but he was a great talent. And again, super nice guy. Every time he saw me, hey, Big John, didn't you say you went to school and you got a degree in biology? I said, yeah, Fez, that's true. And he's like, well, I got a pain right here. Can you tell me what that is? It's like he thought I was a doctor because I was a biologist, But he was a big pro wrestling fan. We would talk about Ric Flair or Hulk Hogan. Like, he loved that sort of thing.
Ric Flair, the ultimate, woo!
Woo! And he would always pull me aside, and he would have advice for me. If I had a question, he would always answer it. Could send him an email at any time, and he would reply. Really good guy. And again, in an industry full of cutthroats, much like William, one of the reasons we became friends is we never tried to stick a knife in each other's backs.
Right. Actually, and what you were talking about, I was always humble with our success. I was never that arrogant penis trying to keep it clear. And because my belief is simple: don't ever crap on anybody on your way up, because one day you're going to be on the way down. And when we started KFFL, I remember going to the seminars and people, hey, call us. Now I have a wife who had no desire to move. And, those jobs there were a couple in LA, Fort Lauderdale, Bristol, all these people, none of them guaranteed me a job. Say, hey, come work for us.
Right.
They all said, call us so we can talk. So the door was open. And it's there's something powerful when I can make a phone call, whether it was the NFL or a league association or an agent, a player's agent, or and you knew you were going to get the call back.
Right.
So and the reason it's a powerful aphrodisiac or narcotic, whatever you want to call it, is because we were small time. Yeah. And here we were small time, but being caught. And this is about you, but I agree. There's, no matter how humble I was, whenever you hang the phone up and you're like, wow. I remember walking to the office one day and I realized, again, with great power comes great responsibility. I realized I'm God here. Yeah. Everything runs through me here, so it's humbling I'm not saying I'm a good person, but my mom would beat me into our head, treat people nicely and fairly. And so it never got to my head, but I did realize that is also a very scary issue to deal with, because it is like a narcotic, and you can become an ugly person. Look at Howard Stern today. Yeah. How he treats people in terms of for example, I am not against vaccines, but I am against the COVID vaccine for myself. You want to take it? I have my thoughts of what you're injecting, but it's your choice. Whereas he went from the rebel to listening to the man and fighting for the man and believing in the man. In reality, he's just an old, scared white guy living in his basement now.
Yeah, a lot of people, with him especially, as he's gone on in life, say the last 15, 20 years maybe, he's not the same as he used to. And look, everyone's allowed to evolve. Like, you don't need to be the same clown.
No, I agree. Yeah, but for his standards, he's evolved.
Yeah, you're right. It is disappointing to see that. Yeah.
So let's move on then. You walked away from this
or was
Tell us
kicked
why
out.
you walked away, but then you were pulled back in
Yeah.
first with Fantasy Nerds and now a rebirth of Sports Grumbling. So talk to us about that before we hit the what I call the sweet spot,
Sure.
politics.
So after I left or was kicked out of Sirius, it was tough to maintain Sports Grumblings. A lot of my best writers were being poached.
Yeah, that's common.
You know, many of them went to roto experts, hired them away. And I have a very poor relationship with, again, one of the owners of roto experts. Look, free market, if someone offers you more for your services, by all means, go and work for them. I found it very strange, though, that I lost something like 6 of my writers in 3 months to the same outfit. It almost felt targeted. So
it probably was.
It may, I don't know for sure, but it just felt that way. And all my writers were sad. They're like, John, we don't want to leave you, but you know, we got to make more money. And I was like, go make more money.
Exactly.
Go make, I want to keep you here, but I'm not holding out on you. We don't have the money to give you, you know? So then of course that would just snowball. So now I'm writing 3 times as many columns personally. I'm still trying to keep up on the site. I'm still trying to work my day job. I'm still only sleeping 3 hours a night. And even that didn't leave me enough time to get everything done. I was physically exhausted, worn out. So by the time
you had been doing it from the 90s until, because I had already sold KFFL.
Yeah,
and I had already walked away from that. So
exactly, I started
grinding.
Yeah, I started in 1995, and by the time it got to when I sold you Sports Grumblings as a brand, which I think was in 2013.
Right. I just dug up emails last week
or
how long ago?
Yeah, and we had, again, wasn't as big as your outfit, KFFL, but it was still a good independent site. But I woke up one night, and this is what convinced me to sell, was I woke up one night and I didn't know where I was. I didn't know if I was at my office at the bank. I didn't know if I was in my basement office. I didn't know if I was going to, if it was Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. I was literally, if you've ever woken up almost in an amnesiac state.
I have. It's called alcohol.
Right. But remember, I don't drink.
Right.
So when you wake up like that and you literally don't know where you are. And I had to wake up my wife at 2 a.m. and say, where am I?
Wow.
And she looked at me and said, you're home, you're in bed, and I want you to quit everything other than your day job. And it was the only time my wife has ever told me or suggested what to do. But she was that worried that I was going to be dead in a couple of months.
And what about your health? I mean, was that, I mean, you lost a lot of weight and all that for people who don't understand.
I was in horrible shape. I was in horrible shape. I was overweight. I had high blood pressure. So I said, I for the good of, I had a kid to raise. So I was like, okay. So when you came, and it was just dumb luck, you reached out to me and said, would you be interested in selling me Sports Grumblings? And I said, it's yours. It's yours. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. I gotta, actually, if you think about it, you made a killing on it because I did nothing with it and let the brand die.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But it was interesting that I said, you know, it was almost like a sign, you know, like, you know, I need to get rid of this. And I was struggling with it because how do you give up your baby after 12 years?
Right. It has nothing to do with money, ego, or anything. It's like it's your baby. There's no other way to describe it.
Exactly. And unlike you, like you had an exit plan and you left on your terms. You sold it, right? And you got paid for it and you sold it and you knew another company was taking it over. In my case, in my case, though, it was the choice to kill it. It wasn't the choice that I made to sell it. It was a choice to kill it.
Right. Which is even worse in a way.
Yes. And what happened was you came along and said, don't kill it, sell it to me.
And I killed it.
And you killed it.
Sorry.
Put it in suspended animation.
There you go.
But my point is that decision didn't come from me.
Right.
I said, okay, let me give it to William. He's a good guy. I've always said I respected you. And even though we never worked together, every time we met, whether it was at the FSWA conferences or the FSTA conferences, we always hung out. We always had a drink together.
I think because we treated each other like human beings with respect. It wasn't like like I could have lorded over some people
Yeah.
because of what have I done? Because but to me, I'm like, oh, this is the guy who I never stole any of your stuff, but the concepts, I'm like, you just did it first, is how I looked at it.
Yeah,
Obviously, I didn't have your brains to create all this stuff, but
please don't
I
say that.
imitated.
But I mean, seriously, and you're right. It was because we got along. I think as we talked more, it turned out that we had almost the same sort of philosophies and political and personal beliefs,
Outside of Trump.
outside of Trump. But Trump wasn't around back then.
Right.
But so we had that respect, and I said, okay, William's a good caretaker. And at that point, I said, I'm giving it up. It took like 2 years maybe for me to recover. Like, I worked my day job, I was taking care of my family, but like my wife said, you're not nuts anymore. You're becoming your old personality. You're funny again. You're making people laugh. You're smiling more, which is something like those last couple of years.
So you needed to kind of regroup, is what it
I
sounds
needed
like.
to regroup. I needed to become John again.
Yeah.
It wasn't, I needed to get away from Big John. I needed to get away from the head honcho. I needed to get away from the guy on Sirius who was making people laugh. I needed to get away from all of that. And I became John again.
It sounds like one of these tales where these Hollywood tales where you see, well, kind of like Abbott and Costello.
Yeah.
How miserable they were. I mean, you're not in that situation.
Yeah.
But on the outside, really, John's a big happy guy. I never knew.
Yeah. It was just that it got to me, and I think Sirius was the last straw. But anyway, so I took 2 years.
Let me ask you a question then, because you're extremely intelligent, 2 degrees at a young age, successful. You did these projects that you expected nothing out of it. They were just passion projects. So how was that part of the effect of what kind of, you woke up that one morning, hey, where am I? Was it a little bit of the fact that, so somebody like what I did kind of elevated commercially and to the audience, this is my belief that no matter how good you are, there's always luck at, you have right place, right time. And then serious, and then to see what happened afterwards, you're like, hey, I did that. Do you think that was some of it?
That was some of it, I'm sure. But the thing that honestly really just got to me was my brain was used to always being on. And for people who are lucky enough to get 8 hours sleep a day, I almost envy you. The brain isn't meant to be on all the time.
No.
And mine is, it's a curse almost. Like, even if I'm thinking of stupid stuff, my brain is always working. Whether I like, in other words, I can spend 3 hours in my own head debating on whether or not abortion fits into the non-aggression policy of libertarianism. And that's just
how you're wired.
Yeah, and that's just gibberish to 90% of the people listening to this. But I guarantee you, I spend 3 hours thinking about it.
No, I'm the same way. Some of the most minute things, you're like, why is that bugging me as much? Why can't I just get on with my life? Why is this festering in my head? So what brought you back then with Fantasy Nerds?
Well, actually, I'll give you the in-between step. It was Fantasy Sharks that hired me as a writer.
That's right.
And it was our mutual friend, Greg Kellogg, who,
another big man,
and a very good man. And I'll even confess to something in a little while. But Greg reached out to me, and he said, "John, this isn't you. I know you. You're a great writer. You don't have to run your own business, but we could use you. I'm writing over at Fantasy Sharks. Can I give your name to Tony Holm, who's the owner of Fantasy Sharks? Great guy."
Did you know Tony before that?
Only by name. I had never.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I've ever met him. But we had corresponded, or maybe in passing at one of the conferences, but not really a friend of mine or anything at that time. And Greg said, "Do you mind if do you give me permission to pass your name to Tony?" Sure. So Tony gives me a call one day. "John, I don't need to see a sample. I've loved your work all along. Will you come write for me?"
The greatest compliment you can get.
Yeah. He says, "You don't have to write anything for me. Tell me what day you want to print, what column you want to print, and what you need. That's it." Like, he was like the greatest pitch I've ever had in my life. And I missed it. So I said, "Okay, I'll write one column a week for you." Did that the first season. second season, I said, Tony, do you want a second column? I feel like writing a second. So long story short, by the end of the second season, I was writing 3 columns a week for him.
Oh, grinding.
Yeah, and I was into it again. So it took 2 years to recharge my batteries, went to Fantasy Sharks. After I was at Fantasy Sharks for several years, maybe 4 years, writing, building up a following there, got nominated for another FSWA award. I said, okay, what am I doing? What am I doing right now? I'm doing a lot of statistical analysis again, blah, 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 blah. So finally I said, you know what, maybe it's time to start a business again. So I started Nerd Fantasy Sports 3 years ago. And the site, if you haven't visited it, nerdfantasysports.com, you go there. We've got projections, we've got some columns, we do some podcasting, and it's fun again. It's fun again. We have a small staff of guys getting paid barely enough to make a dent, but it's good young kids, up and comers, learning to write. One of my writers has already been hired by 3-4 other places, so he's building up his portfolio of independent journalism as he's going from site to site, which is great. For young writers, that's what you got to do. Get as many gigs as you can, even if they're not paying well. Get used to the experience, get used to working with others, get used to following direction, different writing styles, personality, all that fun stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I got that going.
Deadline.
Yeah, how to reach it exactly, how to do proper research, how to check your facts, all that fun stuff. So got that going. And after maybe, or I should say about a year and a half ago, I started getting calls from an old friend saying, hey, maybe it's time we work together again, or maybe for the first time we work together. And that was obviously William here. And he said, you know what? I still have Sports Grumblings. I'm like, what? You still have those? He goes, yep, never did anything with them, but I still have them. Do you want to build it up?
In fact, I had started, I had reactivated well, not reactivated, it was always live, but I had started reposting on the Facebook page.
Right. So the funny thing was, you kind of tempted me, and it took a while for me to say, do I want to go back to Sports Grumblings? Not because of you. I always wanted to work for you, and I think I let you know many times over the respect I had for you as someone in the industry.
With me, not for me.
With me, not for me, right? Old Sheldon line. But I always respected your business acumen. I always respected your thoroughness, and I always said, he's somebody I should have worked with somehow. Somehow we should have figured out a way to work together back in the day. So maybe this is that lost opportunity.
We worked back in the day, dude, because I'm a marketer, self-taught.
Right.
But as you can tell, I'm not the brightest guy. I just research everything. Why reinvent the wheel? With your brains and my ability to sit there. Because I tell people, look, y'all look at all these entrepreneurs who've made it in the billions, or these successful businessmen, and you always hear them say, oh, I was willing to take a risk. They're half lying. They took calculated risks.
Yes.
Nobody ever takes a blind risk, but that's how they make it sound. Wow. As if we're jumping off the cliff with no safety net. No,
it adds to their legend, right? Oh, man, I took 1,000 risks. Your boy Trump seems to do that a lot too. Like, I took 1,000 risks, right?
You and Trump have one thing in common.
What's that?
You don't need but a few hours of sleep a night.
I heard that about him. And also, look, give credit where credit's due. I heard he's straight edge too. I heard he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke.
Like, it's actually the same story as you, except he says, I saw what it did to my brother.
Yes, his brother, I hope I'm right, I believe died of alcoholism or alcohol.
Right, I think so. Fred, I want to say Fred, maybe was his name. But either way,
he was one of his brothers. I don't know, but yeah, I read that story that he was horribly affected by his brother's death, alcohol-related death. So he swore it off, and good for him. I mean, and I don't give compliments to Trump very easily, but he in that sense, you can't crap on him for that. He's straight edge.
I kind of believe the 3 hour, the he only needs a few hours sleep based off his damn tweets. I mean, a tweet
Oh
late at
yeah,
night and the first thing in the morning. I'm like, damn, you
yeah. I
know.
don't. I don't
And
think.
I admit, I've gone to bed thinking, God, I wish I could be like him with the sleep habits.
Yeah,
You
I don't
know,
think he's lying about that. I tend to believe that he's up all night. I do tend to believe that, and he's a 74-year-old man, so it's
and
like,
big. It's not like he is he. I mean, he's like a walking COVID happy meal to be. You
oh yeah,
know.
yeah, he's a pudgy guy too. So
Yeah.
yeah, but
But
yeah,
I'll
that,
be honest, John.
huh?
It was calculated. I kind of bided my time. We're not going to get into it. That's
Yeah,
inside baseball and stuff that people don't
right.
be aware of. But I'm like, I'm going to wait here because like John's my age, and I know we're at a certain age, and I bided my time. And
It's all gray now, William. It's all gray now.
yeah, I'm pretty proud though. It's I
Yeah.
got my
You
strands
still
of
got
gray.
you still got your black hair. So it's that Latino, it's that
Yeah.
hot blood or whatever you got running through your veins.
Exactly. But so yeah, and tell the audience what sports, since it's your hour here, your hours here. Tell them about what we hope to accomplish with Sports Grumblings here now.
Right. So Sports Grumblings, we revived it, but it wasn't to become another fantasy site. It was to become the intersection of sports, politics, and pop culture. So Sports Grumblings, you'll see a lot of these podcasts. This hopefully not as long-winded as this one. I'm sure people are tired of listening to me by this point, but we have our podcast. We're looking to attract new talent to the site, but good talent, writers, podcasters, artists, to get, because look, both you and I, William, politics is intertwined into our philosophies.
Right.
I would say that maybe we agree on 90% of stuff that occurs. Like, I think we can pretty much agree on that. That little 10%, I tend to be a little more hardcore on the libertarian side. You tend to be more hardcore on the conservative side.
But even then, we may agree, but how we bake the cake is different, and that's what makes our off-camera conversations where it's a little bit more sailor talk. But those, one day, I hope to be able to podcast some of those.
Yeah.
Those are really fun.
Well, you know what we have to do is set up those cigar bar nights. And,
right.
That's when the folks can come and see me, and you really go at it. And by go at it, it's the old school going at it, in the sense that nothing we say is ever held against each other. It's a free exchange of ideas. It's a free exchange of opinions. And hopefully each one of us learns from the other, and that's really what free speech is about, right? It's
right.
the free exchange of ideas. So yeah, so Sports Grumblings, that's what we really want to create. We want to create a marketplace of ideas. Now, neither William or I are liberals. In not in the classic sense, in the mid-classic sense, right? Because the first
we're not what is called today's. Actually, there are no more liberals. We are not part of the Democrat Party's current philosophy.
Exactly. We're not collectivists. We're not socialists. We're not.
We're not. It takes a village.
Right. Not that. Right. But like you said, like, what's our beliefs? I'm a libertarian. I believe in the individual. I believe in the power of one. I think the greatest minority on this planet, the biggest minority on this planet, is the individual by definition. It's not the black man, it's not the Latino man, it's not the Asian woman, it's not the gays. See, all that is just confusion to me. It's the individual. Each individual person, their own personality, their own beliefs, they're the biggest minority. So to me, everything begins and ends with the individual. How do I empower the individual? I'm not interested in democracy. People say, oh my God, what is he, a communist? He's not interested. You're not an American. No, I'm an American. Trust me, people who know me, there's nobody prouder to be an American than I am. But here's the thing. I believe in freedom. I believe in liberty, not democracy.
Let's get into that because as John says, he's a libertarian. Libertarianism. John's also what I call it a blue collar intellectual. And what I've come to learn about John is you're so intelligent. You come from an intellectual. That's what puts us at odds. Because I view myself as I'm not an intellectual because I'm just not that smart. But I'm a pragmatic, which at the end of the day, pragmatism is what rules the world because that's how you survive. But that said, you told me, or you wrote about self-ownership, the non-aggression principle,
Yeah.
persuasion, not coercion, and liberty, not democracy. So let's take those one by one.
Sure.
Self-ownership. First of all, explain what that is to you, because I got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Not to challenge you, but just
Yeah,
so people
sure.
can see
Challenge
this
away.
is how a libertarian looks at it.
Yeah. So self-ownership very simply means you control your body, you control your actions, you control your thoughts. As long as you're not hurting anyone else or affecting anyone else physically, it's you. So what does that mean practically? Take any drug you want. I don't care.
That's my question. So my question, so in essence, to conform, not put words in your mouth, what you're saying is all drugs should be legal.
Yes, I think all drugs should be legal. Now, let me throw in a caveat, because I could almost see people asking this question. Like, would he give heroin to a 3-year-old? No, I would not.
I never thought of that, but yeah, I guess
Right.
some idiot would think that.
Right.
But hold on though.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing.
Yeah.
But back in the day, Coke, Coca-Cola, whatever, parents would take a dab of cocaine and give it to the kid.
Yeah, because
or not cocaine, but some kind of drug to help them sleep.
Yeah, but that's because they didn't know any better, not because they knew they were doing something harmful to the child, right?
Just testing.
Right, but the other thing is, look, libertarianism assumes the ability to reason and to think, because libertarians, first and foremost, and I'm not even including myself in this, you talk to a real libertarian, there's never any fact that he hasn't researched. There isn't like, you're not going to out-argue a libertarian on fact. A true libertarian, right? Because they just live for logical conclusions to things.
Right. Okay, so what about this then? What about those who have addictive personality? So for example, I don't gamble because I have an addictive personality. Those people will end up abusing the drug. Now, that may be the right, but there's a fallout to society. One, we lose the potential growth as a country of lost minds, minds that don't become what they could be because they're hooked on drugs. The ones who are on drugs and become homeless, a burden on society. The naive, those who can't make the decision for themselves to in terms of what a drug can. There's always the special needs type person who gets taken advantage of. What about those with your belief of hey, drugs should be legal if it's their choice to make it?
Yeah. So there's two major points to that. One is, we talk about people who are capable of making their own decisions, right? So when you talk about special needs, people who aren't on the ball, people who have like an IQ below 80, I think is considered not able to make your own decisions. Those people, I would say you have to look out for somehow. And I'm not even saying it's government, but someone, somehow, some organization,
a guardian of some sort.
Yeah, a church, a volunteer group, whatever. It doesn't have to be a coercive government. Yes, make choices for themselves. And then take into context that if someone sells them drugs, the contract, like right now, right? We have contract law. People don't realize this, right? But if you give me a contract and you say, oh, this contract pays you $1 million a year, and I sign it, and then I find out that you erased 4 zeros off that amount and it only pays me $100, that's called fraud, right? You fooled.
Right.
Well, the same sort of concept applies to someone who is incapable of understanding the contract you're making with them, right? So if you sell drugs,
there's laws for that. Yeah,
there's laws for that. The other thing is,
what about the burden on society? The ones who can't.
It's only a burden on society because society is being collectivized. So the reason it's a burden on society is because we've come to expect society to do so much for us, right? Like, I don't believe that the government should be in public education. I don't believe the government should be in public housing. I don't believe there should be anything.
Well, what about the druggie that kills somebody?
That's already covered by law, right? Libertarians say you shouldn't do anything that hurts anyone else. That's non-aggression. It's self-ownership, right? So whatever laws are in place now that you have to prevent murder, they would still apply with legalized drugs, right? It's just the drug piece of it. And also, look, you said you're a pragmatist. Pragmatically, what has the drug war gotten us?
Gang wars, deaths, laws that don't work.
Right. In other words, we're losing. We're losing
money that could be used elsewhere. I believe there should be a hybrid of it. being pragmatic. I've seen what cocaine does to a poor on
Sure.
my other side. So I tend to be pragmatic, but it's tough because I don't look at it as what we wrongly try to do in life is generalize everything to create that big umbrella that
Sure.
everybody falls under. And my take is more, again, pragmatic. Each situation is different.
I don't
So
disagree with you, but here's the thing. I would ask you again. You said you saw what cocaine does, and that turned you off from it. I saw a kid swinging from the end of a noose. That turned
oh
me
no,
off.
it didn't turn me off or turn me on. I just saw what it did, the
Yeah,
damage.
but that's what I'm saying. You learned from it,
Yeah,
right?
that's not me.
I learned from it as well. No government had to step in for us.
Right, that's true. In fact, I personally learned from cocaine. In full disclosure, I tried coke once in my life. It was the night Lenny Bias died.
Okay.
Came out.
Wow. Okay.
And between that, the cost, the fear of having
Sure.
read all about it, I'm like, nah, I don't think so.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. But see, that's my point. How much more effective were those experiences than anything going back to Nixon?
No, you're right. But here's something that you're not accounting for, and that's peer pressure. And with an addictive drug, once you're hooked, I'm not saying, see, that's just it. I'm not saying because of what I just said, peer pressure is addictive. Outlaw, every case is different. Are there medical uses for it? I'm not saying coke per se, but in general. So everything's got to be weighed. But again, I think the way society's been built, it's kind of a lost cause because we generalize everything. I mean, I couldn't give somebody a bonus at work because I could be taken to court by another employee. Well, we did the same job. The court didn't care that the employee I gave the bonus to was a better worker. They just looked at the qualifications and that they fulfilled those qualifications. So so I didn't fire you because you're doing your job. But the courts didn't care that this guy was doing it more exceptional. And then, so I think it's a quagmire. That's why I don't argue with libertarians from that perspective, because I'm like, I see your point. Yeah. You're never going to see my point, but I'm pragmatic, and that falls under the individual.
No, I see. Believe it or not, I see your point. I really do. And don't forget, back in the 80s, I was conservative number one. It's just that I was more of a Goldwater conservative.
Mm-hmm. So I take it though, with abortion, you're pro-choice?
No.
Oh no, you're pro-life, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, let me guess. You're pro-life, but you believe it's a woman's choice.
No.
No, really? But isn't that against a libertarian belief?
Abortion.
I got you. I'm not trying
Abortion is one of those issues that no matter what you are politically, there's almost a 50-50 split with just about everybody.
48% of the country is pro-choice, 46% is pro-life.
There you go. It's like even numbers. And I think if you look at any like even Democrats, people forget that a lot of Democrats are anti-abortion, pro-life, because they're evangelicals, right? Like a lot of Catholics, a lot of African Americans who are very religious, either charismatics or born again or whatever. They are anti-abortion as well. So even in the Democratic Party, which you would expect would be overwhelmingly pro-choice, it's not.
Well, Joe Biden was what you just described until he went full-fledged left.
Oh, sure. Or even Mario Cuomo in New York. What was his famous cop-out? Personally, I don't believe it, but as a governor, I have to accept it, right? But as a libertarian, here's where it's tricky. And I wrote in my column, ask me some other time because this will take forever, but here's the quick thing. I am against abortion based on two principles. One, if something is got a life, then de facto libertarianism's non-aggression policy says you can't attack them. Now,
so you view it as there's a life there and somebody's being aggressive by taking that life.
Right. And then the second thing is, now I've had very long conversations with pro-choice libertarians who tell me, yeah, but we don't know if it's a life or not. It could just be a clump of cells, right? So, and I said, fair enough. There's no test per se. But as an ethicist, you say to yourself, when there's doubt to one or the other, which one is true, meaning alive, not alive, what is the ethical position? The ethical position is to take the one that's the least damaging. Yeah. So if it's not a life and I'm wrong, then it's less damage than if it's a life and I abort it, right? So to me, the more ethical position in the absence of knowledge. Now, for example, if there's a test that definitively says after 4 weeks it's alive, but prior 4 weeks,
hold on. What about just the heartbeat?
well, they've even got before that, right? That used to be called stirring, and when that used to be one of the delineation points, that once a female felt stirring in her womb.
Oh yeah, stirring. You're talking about the kicking and the moving and all that.
Because again, here's the other problem with abortion. Our concept of life has changed as our medical tools have gotten better.
That's my whole point.
Right. So it's getting moved back closer and closer to conception every time.
Right. But it's science. It's science that's doing it. And the reason I'm all not excited, but I get agitated is because, again, we're libertarians. What I call a conservatarian. I can't stand it when leftists do not want to follow the science when it comes to pro-choice, pro-life, but everything else they throw us as pseudoscience.
Yeah, and it's one of those cases. Again, to me, it's one of those things that I've spent, like, if you put it all together, I've spent weeks thinking about this. And this is what I hate from, like, say, liberals, especially. They'll just say, oh, it's because you're a pro-religious zealot or whatever.
Yeah,
no,
I hate that too.
Like, never once do I invoke God, the Almighty, a spirit, or anything, or a soul. I never use that word. My argument is a pure libertarian argument based on property rights, self-ownership, and the ability to, like, for example, if you as a liberal tell me it is wrong to pull the plug on someone just because they're in a coma, right? Mm-hmm. If you hold that position, it is then inconsistent for you to say the same, that it's okay to have an abortion. To me, you're either against both or you're pro both. And by the way, a lot of pro-life people who say you shouldn't take a life, the same thing applies when you're pro-capital punishment. You don't know, you are not in a position to take life. Libertarians are against capital punishment, not because we think the murderer or the criminal deserves a second chance or is redeemable or whatever. It's none of that. It's that we don't want to give the state the power of life and death.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. And personally speaking, I'm like, if there's a mass killer, serial killer, I'm like, taking his life is kind of, I'd rather see him in isolation for the rest of his life.
In some way to suffer, right? To be punished. But that's, so the arguments about abortion and things like that all come around self-ownership, meaning that when you take that in conjunction with, now, is there an argument for the woman to say it's my body? Sure. But then I could go back and say, it was your decision along with your partner to conceive that child who had no choice in whether or not to be in your body. Right. So it's not, because I've heard the argument that, like, if you're a libertarian, then view it as a property issue. You're evicting an unwanted tenant. Right. And I've heard that. I've heard people make that argument to me.
That's pretty callous to say it that way.
Fair enough, but you have to address it. Right. This is the one thing libertarians love to do. It's like, OK, you brought up a reasonable point. I don't agree with it. Let me argue it through. And for example, you'll see Jordan Peterson do this a lot, where someone will throw a dopey question like that at him and he just goes silent. He'll go silent for an hour. He'll be like, And when you ask him, what's the matter? He goes, I'm thinking about the answer. Like, he doesn't want to say anything without thinking it through, right?
Yeah, because he talks about that. He always think it through before you speak or something like that.
Right. And libertarians tend to be that way. So I've thought about it. The renter eviction thing doesn't make sense, because when you evict a renter, right, it's because he violated a contract. You agreed to give him that space in exchange for a certain amount of money. And that covenant is now broken. So you have the right to evict him. A baby never made a covenant with the owner, the mother, to be in her womb. It was placed there coercively, which is, again, a libertarian no-no, if you view it that way, by the father and the mother. So there's a lot, it's deeper. And that's why abortion is always going to be something that splits any philosophical divide, in my opinion, in half.
Very emotional.
Yeah.
I think what bothers me, and it's not pro or it's not pro-life or pro-choice. What bothers me is the callousness some of these women have with, I've had 20, I've seen on Twitter, I've had 20 abortions. And to me, it's kind of like, there's a special place in hell for you. Not because I'm pro-life, pro-choice. It's like, you're just so callous about life,
Oh,
it's your
yeah,
choice.
it's
But
certain
it's like,
personality. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I agree with you. Look, I've had liberals come up to me and say, I know it's a life. I don't care.
yeah, it's like, wow.
And at least you're being honest with me. You're
But yeah, they're
telling
the
me,
person screaming about their kid.
right, you're telling me, which is fair in the sense that they're being honest, that your convenience is more important than a child's life.
Exactly. To
And
me, a child is not just a convenience.
I don't disagree. Personally, I don't disagree with you, but at least those people are being honest. They're not trying to construct some weird argument.
I don't know if they're being honest as much as they're excuse my French, they're just being assholes just to be spiteful and mean to you and kind of stick it to you.
Maybe.
And for me, that works, and trust me, I won't talk about my pro-life or pro-choice right now. It's a conversation for another day, but it's not an easy decision.
No.
But as a libertarian, I wanted to hear your take. All right. Non-aggression principle. Talk to me about that before I ask you some questions, and which is kind of not good, but it kind of fits in with the Ukraine-Russia issue right now.
Sure. The non-aggression principle to me and to most libertarians, so there's two schools of thought on that. One non-aggression principle says you can't take any coercive action against anybody else unless it's in defense of yourself or your property, or the coercion is used as a matter of remedy of law. So for example, locking up a thief is a coercive act by the state, but it's in reaction to a violation of law. That's one version of the NAP. The other version of the NAP.
In other words, that's when you agree with, okay, yeah, lock him up.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, because they've violated a law, right? The other interpretation is one that I can sort of share, which is sort of like Gandhi's pacifism, which says violence is wrong in any situation except in self-defense. Now, Gandhi would say you don't even use it in self-defense. Like there's always those images of Gandhi getting beaten by police and his followers and by soldiers and never raising their hands even to defend themselves, right? They just didn't believe in violence at all. To me, that's a little nutty. So I view it as pacifism, except in self-defense. So I think, like, for example, even if you think someone's doing something crazy but not hurting you or threatening you, going over there and shoving them or doing something like that is a violation of the NAP. And so bullying, for example, is a violation of the non-aggression policy to me. So no libertarian should ever be a bully physically. There's a minority, I think, of libertarians who take the NAP, the NAP, to be also inclusive of psychological aggression and of things that are twice removed from you. Like if I buy your property legally and that causes you to move and be homeless, but I bought it at, like, say, a bankruptcy sale or whatever, am I being aggressive against you? I don't think so, but there's a very few sliver. I think it's the minority of libertarians that take it.
That falls under more ethics and morality type.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah, I don't think it's aggression. I think it's more, like you said, ethical.
So what about the Ukraine invasion? Obviously, in your belief, Russia has no business invading. What about the United States of America wanting to get involved? And to give you a specific example, not that you have to answer on the example, but my train of thought is getting involved through sanctions, but to me, also getting involved as they're talking about cyber warfare, which to me is a direct attack on Russia if they do that. But my point is a third party meddling in the affair for whatever reason they're saying.
Yeah, we shouldn't do that. I saw where Gary Kasparov sent out a series of tweets calling for cyber war. He called for everything short of American intervention with boots on the ground.
But cyber war is American intervention. It's an attack.
No, I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying what he called for. So he called for everything short of American troops. So he said, send us guns, send us weapons, send us Stinger missiles, send us what are the missiles that, what are
the guy's a flaming leftist who does not care for America and Americans.
I doubt it. Gary Kasparov, the chess champion?
Yeah, that's the impression I always got reading.
I never viewed it that way. I think he actually believed in America. He's very much a pro-democracy.
No, not that. Then maybe I'm confusing him with another chess champion.
I think you might be, because Gary Kasparov for years has been very, very.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby Fischer.
Bobby Fischer was no, he was nuts. Bobby Fischer.
Yeah, that's
he was American too. But anyway, so Yeah.
Well, hold on. I got another scenario for you.
Yeah.
The Panama invasion. Now, the United States invaded Panama because of what Noriega. However, people don't realize this, and this is where people on my side can become idiots because they think everything the U.S. does is righteous, well, unless you're a leftist and it's a leftist government doing it, But the point is, people don't realize is Torrijos, a dictator from the 60s up until about the 70s, late 70s, was a creation of the United States military intelligence. Sure. Torrijos was his right-hand man and supported by that same intelligence. So the reason I asked you this complicated question isn't to stump you, but it's one of those gray areas. So they invaded a country that was not there to remove a tyrant, but they're the ones who were responsible for that tyrant. So how does that fall under libertarian belief?
Well, you've answered your own question. If we never got involved to begin with and left Panama alone, we wouldn't be in any of that mess. Look,
but we did. So
it's very
so I guess what I'm asking is, so should they have invaded in 88, 87 or 88, Panama to topple them?
No, they should not have. And Big John in 1988 probably would have said we should have. But like with all this experience and look, it's an old saying, people our age always say it and the young people brush us off, but the truth is history repeats itself. You see the same patterns over and over again. So look, military intervention should only be used in self-defense. Now, you mentioned Panama, we should have never been down there. I would say the same thing for any CIA-backed petty dictator. Well,
ironically, not to defend the U.S., but Panama was not to defend the U.S., but Panama was actually the reason Panama became a nation was because of Teddy Roosevelt and America.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, if you regress back enough, you'll always find that it was an interventionist policy or a colonial policy at fault. Look, I believe in cooperation, voluntary cooperation. So if the Ukraine says to us, hey, we need help, we have intelligence that the Russians are about to invade us, we need help, I would not send American troops. They're not an ally of ours, okay? But
in 1994, we convinced them to give up their nuclear arsenal and we would be there for them to protect them.
So whatever treaty was written, that's what we should abide by. But for example, if Ukraine right now said, we'll buy weapons from you, fair enough. To me, that's free trade, right?
Yeah,
send them the weapons, have them defend themselves. One of the things that drove me crazy, like with Syria, for example, when Obama was considering sending troops to Syria.
Cross that red line.
Do you know what the Syria? So there was some U.S. advisors down there to train the Syrian freedom fighters. Do you know how many Syrian freedom fighters showed up? This is not an exaggeration. Do you know how many showed up to defend their own country?
12. Six, yeah.
6 out of the whole damn country. 6 showed up to fight for their own freedom. Do you know what that means? That means you, for some other geopolitical reason, care about their freedom more than they do. What does that tell you? Right. It means you shouldn't be there.
So the Afghanis, they were jokes. Their training was a complete joke.
You should have never been there. So to me, military intervention, non-aggression. Yeah, look, what finally toppled the Soviet Union?
Economics.
Yeah, it's that old joke. Coca-Cola and Levi jeans did more than all our nuclear arsenals and little satellite wars ever accomplished during
Reagan helped push it by purposely creating an arms race to help bankrupt
them. Right. It was the arms race that Reagan created that bankrupted the Soviet Union, but it almost bankrupted us too. Like our deficit spending, as much as I hate to say it, began under Reagan's watch when he ran up the deficit for defense spending. Like,
and you know what though? I'm not defending Reagan, but that arms race was a classic example of what Eisenhower warned us about with the military industrial complex. Because that's when I went in, and as a little seaman, I'm hearing all these tales, and I started to figure out, oh my gosh, these contracts. It's like the elites and the money and the contracts, and we the taxpayers are getting screwed. What people don't realize is some of those ships were contracted out. And the government, the next administration, we don't need that many ships. So they already had them scheduled to be mothballed. Yeah. But yet, instead of working with the government, the military industrial complex, we got a contract. Yeah, you're going to build this. So what happened? They built it, tested it, and mothballed them. Eventually, they get used as targets or shade for Gillette
Right, right.
razors. All righty. Persuasion, not coercion. That's pretty
Yeah,
common though.
yeah,
So,
but that's one of my favorites. In other words, no matter how much you're convinced of the righteousness of your position, you should never force it on anyone. Now,
okay. What about the Civil War then? The North couldn't convince the South not to succeed, which was the South's right. It is every
correct,
right state's rights. But
correct.
yet they said so. How do you?
Well, the Civil War was a horrible tragedy. Like, I mean, more people, more Americans died during the Civil War than
About
World War
five
One
hundred
and World War
thousand.
II combined. Right? It was,
Right.
it was a horrible tragedy. Look, there's a lot of things that go back. Now, I've heard some people falsely say that libertarians supported slavery because it
Oh,
was.
I'm not asking about
Yeah,
that.
that's a crazy position. Because first and foremost, slavery itself is a violation of the NAP. It's a violation of self-ownership. So the core principles of libertarianism exclude slavery from ever being. So the it was a states' rights issue is crap. You know, it's just, you know, it's uneducated people being street corner lawyers. You know, but
The Twitterverse.
the Twitterverse, yeah, the Civil War was a tragedy. Now, you always have to ask yourself, would you kill someone because they don't want to be your friend anymore? Think of it that way. If someone, like, if I walked up to you and said, William, I don't want to talk to you anymore, for whatever reason, I don't want to be your friend anymore.
Then you hit delete on my contact info, and that's
Right,
that.
right. Does that give you the right to come at me with a gun and say, God damn it, you're staying my friend? So if you don't, I'm going to shoot you in the head. Like, that's stuff you see in TV movies on Lifetime or something. That's some like a chicks movie. You know what I mean? So you don't do that. So the Civil War, you know, persuasion, not coercion, is the following. I will talk to you till I'm blue in the face of why libertarianism is superior to any other political philosophy. The second I force you to accept it, which is indoctrination. For example, nationalism is a form of indoctrination. It's coercion. If you don't do XYZ, you're not a real American. If you're not a real American, we're going to boycott your store. We're going to economically hurt you. We're going to physically come at you. We're going to threaten you. Like, that's nonsense.
You're talking from a government standpoint, right?
From any standpoint, but especially from the government.
Well, I mean, the reason I asked is because you said I'm not gonna. I no longer support businesses that don't align with me politically. Not because I don't. Well, it is because I don't care for them, but it's because I'll go support a conservative one or a libertarian one.
That's fine. That's your choice. That's a choice. But I'm talking about coercion being these organized, for lack of a better term, lynchings based solely on disagreement. So those are just wrong. It not only is it like, even if it's legal, I've heard some pseudo intellectuals tell me, well, as long as it's not the government doing it, it's okay. It's private. I go, no.
Oh yeah.
It's not just the legal matter. It's the matter of the ethos of saying, I believe in the free exchange of ideas. So, for example, my favorite case is the following. The liberals who said, hey, those two bakers should be forced to bake a cake for a gay wedding, even though they don't want to, right? Those same liberals will not force, for example, a Jewish deli to serve a white nationalist.
Well, hold on. Right? Let's get down to the dirty. They will not force a Muslim to bake a cake for a gay person.
Exactly. So my point is, and then on the conservative side, they were like, we have to have laws to protect those gay bakers. I call them gay bakers. They weren't gay, but you know.
I know, it's just like, what? It's like just another freaking law on top of another.
Right. Yeah? But at the same time, those same conservatives say we need to pass laws against stores that demand mask mandates. So you're like, wait a second, you can't be for both. You got to be. So this is where I move away from the pragmatism and look at the theory. And I think that's why people like you need people like me, and vice versa, right?
Right. I don't look at it from that perspective as much as I'm pragmatic. Each case is different.
No, I understand, but I'm saying, like,
once you get into theory, though, then you start talking
theory to resolve conflict, right? So to me, if look, those bakers should have said, we don't want to serve you. We shouldn't be forced to serve you. At the same time, there should be no regulatory barriers to a gay couple opening up a gay bakery that only serves gay weddings directly across the street from the guy that refused, like, to me, or gay clubs.
Well,
Like, I've heard.
I honestly think it's the courts. The courts have become activists. Before in the
Sure.
day,
Well, that goes back.
illegal, they send it back.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's caused a lot of these issues, which is good political fodder. You know,
Well, it's
abundance.
you're right. Activist courts have taken away the freedom of choice. But listen, I've always said, I abhor racism. I abhor discrimination, but discrimination should not be illegal. You have a right to free association. Look, when people talk about anarchy, which is the extreme form of libertarianism, people tend to think of Somalia, right? Because the media uses the word anarchy to mean lawlessness, right? Like pirates and anything goes, right? That's not anarchy. That's chaos.
Wild, wild west where anything goes.
Yeah, anarchy means 100% voluntary association. That's what anarchy means, meaning that there's no government to enforce laws. If there's a police force, it's private. You pay for protection out of your pocket. You say, I want you to come by my house every night, make sure no one's breaking in, and you pay somebody for that.
Well, that's how the fire department originally started. You paid
the fire department and a lot of the sheriff's departments and a lot of the police departments, especially out west, they were private. The Pinkerton Detective Agency, for example, was a paid organization. Now, I don't go to that extreme because I think ultimately in a society you need the ultimate arbitrator, which is the court system. But it should be at the very minimum level, meaning the least amount required to get the job done. Huh?
That's not human nature. Human nature is like, what they say, give a hand, they take an arm.
Oh, or give an inch, take a mile.
It's why I say power corrupts. It corrupts absolutely.
Right.
It's not in our nature.
Right. And look, like I said, nothing's perfect. And so I recognize the need for a police force and I recognize the need for a court system. But limited, right? Cops have way too much power now. There's way too many abuses.
Oh yeah, I don't believe in this life-term judgeship. I mean, it was originally thought that, well, they won't be beholden to anybody, and I'm like, my first thought is, no, they're going to get corrupt because their heads are going to get so big they can't fit through a door, thinking they're God.
You're right. Yeah, I'm starting to reassess that whole lifetime appointment thing. To be honest with you, I think it should be like maybe they need more time so they stay out of a political cycle.
No, I understand that.
So maybe like say a 20-year term or a 25-year term for a Supreme Court justice.
Oh, hell, I wouldn't even say that long, to be honest. Because I'll be honest, in my lifetime, actually, I can't even say my lifetime because I didn't start paying attention politically until after the Sandra Day O'Connor cycle, meaning after, right. But in my lifetime as an adult, Scalia and Thomas are hated by leftists, but I love them not because they're conservative, but because they follow the freaking law. It's like because I tell people who get pissed off at some of these conservatives, and I'm like, well, hold on, I just read up on that case. They follow the Constitution.
Sure. You
don't want them to follow the Constitution when it's your ideology. And my point being is, those tend to be the exception. So that's why because I look at a lot of these conservatives who become leftists, and it's not that they become leftists, they become God in their mind, and they want to help the world, and they see the world as a certain way, that they must do things a certain way, when it's not how they're seeing the world, it's what they're reading about the world, because they're not experiencing life in the ghetto, the barrio, or the trailer parks.
I don't disagree with you, and so I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, it's almost unreasonable. You said being pragmatic. No one's going to be 100% unbiased in all matters. What you hope for is someone who's largely unbiased, who is following the Constitution.
Which is why I love Scalia and Thomas.
Scalia, look, and really the case escapes me now, but there were one or two cases where I thought he ruled politically rather than according to the Constitution. But by and large, he was a strict constitutionalist, which is, in my opinion, good. But even then, what's one of the most unbelievable friendships in the past 30 years?
I don't believe this crap when they say it. It's
listen, both their families have confirmed it, that the two of them were very good friends, meaning Scalia and
and Ginsburg. Was it Ginsburg? Scalia.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Antonin Scalia were actually outside of the court, like in the court. they had their battles, right? They were polar opposites judicially, but
You
outside they
really
went.
think Scalia goes, let's go hunting,
Well,
Ginsburg?
almost, but
Some of
basically
the stories, they go hunting together. I'm like, man,
they
maybe
go
once.
hunt. Well, they said that she went hunting with him. He went to the opera with her. Their families went on vacation together. They were friendly. I'm not going to say they were butt buddies or anything, but they were they were very good friends outside the court. And when
Maybe because they knew each other for 20 years. They were on the
well,
court.
but look, Scalia knew Thomas for 20 years, and they were aligned politically. They didn't hang out together.
Well,
You
we've
know,
never heard those tales. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Because remember,
you would
Clarence
think
Thomas actually has never spoken on the court
except
until
for
after
once or
Scalia
twice.
died. Until
Yeah,
Scalia, well, no, now he does more often after
yeah.
Scalia died. But then again, he's gotten a little bit more open. I actually never listened to these interviews, never listened to that.
Right.
Because I'm like, one, it doesn't really interest me. That only thing that interests me is how are you going to rule? How are you going to judge? But I'm sure they're fascinating tales. But we don't know half of it. And I'm not arguing as much as look at the stuff that's just come out about Ginsburg and some of the racist comments and her beliefs about Black Americans. It's very old school. When I say about old school is whites were brought up a certain way in her era to think certain things, and she kept those hidden. And I'm not condemning her. I'm just saying, what do we really know at the end of the day?
No, I understand, but let's put it this way: from what we know so far,
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
They seem to be friends. And listen, we should be happy that that was the case because they were so antagonistic on points of law and points of political philosophy. They were so antagonistic, those two. And yet they managed to be civil and even friendly outside of that context. See, to me, that's hopeful.
No, you're right, but I hate to break it to you, but some of the comments coming out of I can't remember was Sotomayor or who's the other one?
Eleanor Kagan.
One of those. They said something and it was kind of derogatory towards the conservative side of the court.
Oh, sure. I'm not saying those should get along.
No. I'm talking about what you're saying. Sounds to me. I think there's a changing of the guard.
Oh, listen, everything's more
political now.
I agree. It's more polarized. And look, and you see it suffering that on both sides, meaning both Republicans and Democrats, it seems like their main goal is to make sure that the other guy doesn't get elected. It's not to put forth their own ideas. And it's really
the persuasion, not coercion. There's no more persuasion. Now it's like, instead of let's work it out. But I think part of it is because the Republicans have really betrayed the country, their people, and themselves for power and money.
I know you
and I've always viewed the liberals and leftists as they're your warriors. If I'm going to go to war, I'm going to go grab AOC or who's Maxwell. Any freaking leftist, because they go to war. The Republicans, they just bend over. Is my check going to clear? That's all I care about.
Well, consider this, which shoots a hole in your argument, quite honestly, is there's more registered Democrats than Republicans, especially in the states with the high electoral counts, New York, California.
Well, urban areas has always been the case.
Yeah. So generally,
since the dawn of time, urban areas have been progressive. They've always doomed that state capital in the long run.
But in terms of just pure numbers,
yeah.
There's more registered Democrats than there are registered Republicans, right?
Well, that's why New York is always blue.
So I would submit to you that Republicans are actually the ones who are more dogged and together in their voting patterns, because in order from constantly being the minority party in terms of numbers, the only way Republicans win is by turning out in high numbers.
Right. But see, I think that's a little deceptive because in the 50s there were probably more Republican. It was a more conservative country. I think it's the lack.
I'm saying now.
No, but I'm telling you, the reason it's like that now is because our representatives have quit on us. They use us, and we're too stupid. It's kind of like this. Congress's ratings are always some of the lowest, 18, 19%. It's even lower now.
It's been that
but yet the re-election rate for
Over 90% incumbents.
Yeah, because of the little Johnny effect. We're too stupid to realize, just like parents, that this is what I loathe about parents. It's like your kid, JTG, is little Johnny, not my kid. You
Right.
know, it's kind of like they think, oh, those politicians are little Johnny, not my guy, you know? And
Well, it's weird that they localize. So they say they tend to vote their conscience. So listen, here's the funny part. What you're saying, it's not that I disagree with you, and certainly by the approval ratings, a lot of people agree with you, and yet why won't anybody vote for a third party? So if you're a liberal, forget libertarians. If you're a
you know
liberal,
why? It's I think because we're mostly sheep and we're locked into this two-party mentality.
Well,
But
that's what I'm
that said, in today's day and age, you just can't start a third party. What do you need? Just like any business who wants to go big. What do you need?
well, even more than money, because look, do you know how many rich libertarians there are? The Koch brothers, Peter Thiel.
Yeah, they're libertarians. Yeah.
Right. Peter Thiel's a libertarian. There's the guy, one of the casino owners is basically a libertarian. They default to the Republican Party, but if there was a legitimate shot that the libertarians would win, they'd get all their money, because really, who's the most business friendly political party? Business friendly.
Have nut jobs who always I mean, look, I actually admired who's the guy who just he's like Epstein, he did not commit suicide. Who's that guy?
McAfee, John
McAfee. The guy's brilliant, but he came across as a nut job. Gary Johnson, the longer he was with the Libertarian Party, came across as a nut job. But yeah, he was a self-made multimillionaire.
Yeah.
You know, so I get what you're saying, and I don't think we'll ever come up to a proper answer because there's so many factors. But sometimes I look at the parliamentary system and go, I don't want a parliamentary system, but there's so many factions within the two major parties. It would seem we need to go to a parliamentary system.
Sure, because you have to, and it also fosters working together.
Exactly.
That's why in Europe,
government.
You have these wacky coalitions in Europe, like the communists have just announced that they've gotten together with the anarchists, and you're like, what the hell? They're like literally opposite ends.
But the downside is you never get a government like Israel the past year and a half.
Or is that a blessing? See, because I think government.
Well, Israel's a bad example because I'll go to my grave saying this. We kind of fund Israel.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Or at least we did at one point, but.
No, we still do.
Okay.
We have written into some law or some Fed reg or something. One of those type of things is we provide them their oil pretty much if they ever run. I mean,
that sounds like an hour conversation.
Yeah.
For another
okay, but hold on. Let's get to the final one, which is, you already mentioned it. Liberty, not democracy. You need to explain that one. And then I do have a question about that.
Sure. So look, democracy, being Greek, the birthplace of democracy was Athens. So
through Sparta.
not Sparta.
No, I said through Sparta.
Yeah. But Athens.
I'm referencing the 300.
Yes. But here's the thing. Democracy is literally the tyranny of the majority. Okay.
Right.
So that old adage about saying, you know what democracy is? It's two wolves and a lamb voting on what's for dinner. Right. The fact that you have numbers does not make you right.
Right.
The fact that you have numbers does not deprive the minority of their human rights. So democracy may be the best form for electing a representative government, right? So it might be the best we get to if you're a democracy. But democracy as a functioning government is just another tyranny. So I can't argue that. Yeah. So to me, I always argue for liberty. And liberty means the freedom of the individual. So, for example, when I'm debating someone, right? And I'll say, but here, this is why you need no tariffs, like just to pick on my best friend Trump, right? This is why tariffs are wrong. You go through the whole economic argument, and then someone will get up and say, yeah, but you know what? More people voted for Trump who was pro-tariffs. So that's what we get. You know, and you get that sort of argument, and you feel like punching someone in the face. If I wasn't a libertarian and against violence, I might be tempted to slap them in the face, right? Because just because it's right, just because it had more numbers, doesn't make it right. Okay. Yeah. The country, the US, was founded as a republic for the
Right.
specific purpose of protecting the minority from the tyranny of the majority. It is literally,
Yeah, no, I agree.
it's in the DNA of this country. So when someone comes to me and says, you're being un-American by saying democracy blows, all it tells me is that you're ignorant of what this country was built on and what
Yeah.
its foundations were meant to be.
I-
So
I-
I try to educate people, but sometimes you have to say the shocking thing to get them to listen. And the shocking thing in that statement is I am not pro-democracy, because I'm not.
I mean, that's why I just, it drives me nuts when a losing side says, we got to get rid of the electoral college.
Why? Why?
Because they want two wolves in the sheep.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Because today the Democratic Party rules, but in the 50s, there was a conservative nation. I don't know who ruled. But what I'm trying to say is everything's cyclical. What you wish for today is going to burn you tomorrow.
Listen, this is what I tell people on both sides again. So, for example, when Harry Reid was the Speaker of was the Senate Majority Leader, he was passing these rules against Republicans. He was cutting off debate. And you could see McConnell, who was the minority leader. He was just sitting there going, oh, I can't wait till we're in charge. I can't wait till we're in charge. And I would tell my Democratic friends, I was like, you know, you guys, this super nuclear option, you guys are so crazy about that you just used. What do you think is going to happen the second you're out of power?
They don't think that far ahead.
McConnell's going to come in and he is going to do the same to you. And you're going to be bitching that this is the wrong thing. And then McConnell's going to do it to you guys. And then when you switch again, because you always do, you're going to say, we got to get McConnell. And you're going to forget what Reid did. Just like Reid forgot what Jim Wright did or what Newt Gingrich did. So it's constantly, you know, people have this short memory. So here's my rule of thumb, William. I tell people, picture the power you want to give your politician in the hands you hate the most. So if you're somebody who supports, so if you're a Trump supporter and you say, I want to give Trump unlimited executive order powers, right? Because he wants to sign, use his pen to build the wall, use his pen to get rid of immigrants, use his pen to put up tariffs and all that, right? Great. You want that? Guess what? And it happened, right? Trump said there's an emergency. Therefore, I declare an emergency. I get to take funds and put it towards building a wall, right? And at the time, I was tweeting people out. I can't wait till President Sanders says,
But he actually did that because the precedent had already been set. It's something different.
No, I don't disagree with you, but I'm saying once you use an emergency to put money towards something that has nothing to do with the emergency, guess what? Everything becomes an emergency. And what do we see from Democrats right now? President Biden should declare an educational emergency to take money and give it to forgive student debt. We have to declare a climate emergency, and that'll give us the ability to raise the minimum wage. Why? I don't know. But here's the problem. If you're a Republican who supported Trump and all his nonsense, you have no leg to stand on to complain about Democrats doing the same thing.
I guess I'm being picky here because that wasn't an original Trump creation. That had already been set precedent.
Fair enough. But listen,
it goes back much farther. But I get your point.
Someone has to be the big man at some point, right? Someone has to say, I will not do it.
That in politics, though. Nobody is ever going. See, that's where I'm pragmatic. Somebody's got to be the big man. No, it's like a parent with their kid. Are you going to be the big man to punish your kid? Oh yeah. Okay, little Johnny, you can't watch your favorite TV show tonight. I punish you.
See, this is honestly, and it's without any sort of malice. You know this.
Yeah.
This is where we kind of part company, right? Because I always say, what's one of my rules? I will never vote against someone. I will only vote for someone.
Right. I get it.
Right. And I know you get it.
You're right to your opinion, and I have my right to be correct.
Yes, absolutely. And that's my point, right?
You hear what I said, did you?
I heard. But here's my point. I would never tell you don't vote against someone. Like in your case, you voted against Hillary Clinton. You even told me yourself, I held my nose and I voted for Trump, right?
But look at what the Clintons have done since.
Well, I don't see, that's what I'm trying to get at, right? Now, the person who held his nose and voted for Obama against Romney, who like, look, there were a lot of people in the Democratic Party that didn't want Obama. A lot of them did, but a lot of them did not. They held their nose and voted for him. Why? Because they had to beat that rich Republican Romney. right?
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. I
And it's
guess
been
being
getting
pragmatic.
worse, right?
Yeah,
Every cycle. Listen, I have family members who told me when Clinton was running against Trump, they said the same thing you did. We're holding our nose and we're voting for Trump. Well, why are you doing that? Because Clinton is the worst presidential candidate in history. The worst. There's never been a more satanic candidate than Hillary Clinton. Okay, fair enough. Can you guys remember this for 2020? And they said, why? I said, because whoever runs against Trump in 2020, you're going to tell me they're the worst candidate in history because
they
it never
were. Biden is
changes,
a terrible candidate.
right?
Biden
So,
is. He's a racist. Has never gotten foreign policy
right.
right. And yeah, don't get me started.
Whatever. My point is that when Trump ran again, those same family members said, we're voting for Trump. And I said, why?
Because he had the greatest economy in our history.
No,
Unemployment was the lowest for
which isn't
Blacks,
true, which
Latino,
isn't true,
Asians,
which isn't true,
Americans.
which isn't
It
true.
is true. It
Which
is
isn't
true.
true.
It's
But those folks never even brought up that nonsense, which is demonstrably false. But they said, because Biden is the worst candidate in history. How can you vote for Biden? He's the worst. So
Biden was the first guy I ever went and watched as a kid getting involved in politics.
listen, you can tell me that Biden has dementia. I'll buy into that he's too old.
Actually, I don't think he has dementia as much as he just got that he's getting older.
No, I agree with you. I think he's
held himself up pretty well. I just think he's a buffoon. Always, and he's so corrupt. I guess that's what I mean. I think the real problem here aren't our politicians. The real problem here is a media that has failed to do its job. Yeah, but hold on. So we are way off track as an interview. They have. I mean, all the way going back just as recently as Garrison, as the Hearst Empire in the Spanish Civil War in Cuba. But hold on. So we get it from liberty and not democracy. You believe in the person, individual, and their freedom versus the democracy. And I think the Electoral College was a way for the founding fathers to try to get that done. I mean, they themselves said it. We have our God-given rights, whether you believe in God or not. Their whole purpose was these are our rights, not the government's right.
It was based in the philosophy of Adam Smith and John Locke.
Yeah, and it's been flipped around now, I think.
Well, now it's a collectivist.
As a product of all the parties involved.
Yeah, now it's collectivist. So whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, you are putting the government above the individual.
Correct.
It's only a matter of
it takes
what you want the government to do. It takes a village.
God, I hate that.
What you think
it does take a village at times, but that's not the mantra. Everybody needs help at times, but that's not like what's kind of like right now. There's teachers openly saying, hey, parents, it's not your right to raise your kids. It's ours.
Oh, that's horrible. And I've had teachers say that to me about my son.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, you may be the expert here and there, but it's I can't say that word. It's my freaking kid.
No, so here's the funny part. I had the head of the Board of Education for New York at a hearing come up to me and say, Mr. Georgopoulos, why are you bothering? Everyone knows the state of New York is in a better position to raise your child than you are. And it just floored me. And this
was, you want to punch him?
And it was a she, and it was a hearing.
You want to punch her?
Yes, I did. But there was a stenographer, because this was a court case, basically.
Okay.
And I looked at her and I took the papers that were in front of her and I slid them away from her, right? And I said, I'll tell you what, I'll let you raise my kid if you could tell me what his name is.
Oh.
She goes, what? I said, my son has a very unique name. If you read it once, you would never forget it. So what is my son's name? If you give me that answer, we're on the record. I'll defer to whatever your position is. She got so red in the face, looked at me and said, this is nonsense. I refuse to participate, and stormed out of the room. As soon as she stormed out, I just turned to the stenographer and I said, did you get all of that? And she goes, yes, sir. So then the lawyer for the city of New York looked at me and said, send us your demands. We'll agree to them.
Yeah, I mean, she had in that one moment.
She literally said, and I was arguing with her. I said, you mean the state of New York that's ranked 48th out of 50 states in education? You think they're in a better position to raise my kid? I said, what an arrogant thing to say. And she just kept pounding it and pounding it. So finally we won. And
The
to
downside.
show it was so I agree with you. This status of we own your kids, we own your money, we own your property, and we'll give you what you need. Harry Brown said this once. You know what the government's really good at? Breaking your leg, giving you a crutch, and then saying, see, if it wasn't for us, you couldn't walk.
Yeah, you know,
Right?
there's nothing the government has ever done outside of war better than the
Correct.
private sector.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. The only thing government is good for is war, really.
And that's actually their job by the founding fathers, is our national defense. You know, not to start a war, but our national defense.
Absolutely. It's one of the few legitimate functions of government.
Yeah.
National defense, state, court system, and policing.
Exactly.
Other than that, I really can't think of a. Milton Friedman used to say, if you got rid of 80% of the cabinets in government, it'd be a good start. So get rid of the Department of Education, Department of Energy, Department of the Interior.
Save us tens of millions in tax dollars alone.
Yeah, get rid of everything.
All right, Big John, you actually, we've talked here quite a while. We still got a little bit ways to go, and it's important for people to understand what's the term, multidextrous, I mean, 2 degrees, a strong old school upbringing, working in Wall Street, doing well, radio, internet. And that's not all of you. We're talking the entertainment industry, producing, directing, and even acting. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So remember when I told you the story of Silverline, my friend who was the marketer and the business guy? Well, as he progressed in life, he decided that his true calling was to be a movie producer and director. So and he's a good friend of mine.
Successful at his craft?
Yeah, I would say he's a successful B director and producer. If I gave you his name, you could probably look him up on IMDb. He has a lot of credits to his name, some of them with major stars, you know. And he would always come to me. And right after we got done with Silverline, when we were trying to figure out what to do, he said, let's take a screenwriting class. And we went to a screenwriting class here in New York at the New School. And I took it because I always loved writing. Not that I wanted to be in movies, but I just loved writing. And he was a friend of mine and we were hanging out and it was a way to go out and get some air type of thing. So we took this course, and out of the entire class, when we sat down, the teacher said, at the end of the year, I'm going to ask you all to write a short screenplay, and the top 2 students in the class, I will take them to an agent meeting to shop their screenplays. That's part of the service of the class. So we said, okay. Well, I wrote a story about a put upon independent auto mechanic who was being pressured by the union to join the union, and they were plotting to burn down his auto body shop. So it was a whole story about the lone wolf, right?
Hoffa's life.
Almost, right? Like the anti-Hoffa, actually, right?
Yeah, anti-Hoffa, yeah.
So I wrote that, and my friend wrote your typical zombie movie script, but with a bit of a humorous edge. Well, long story short, we were the 2 that she picked at the end of the season, just by, my friend and I, and she said, let's go to this agents meeting, right? So we went to the agents meeting, and all these guys are like, yeah, China Clark says you guys are her best students, blah, 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 blah. So to me, it reeked the phoniness. Like, and again, I was not a marketer. I was a scientist, basically, and I just did this as a lark. So I left that meeting saying, ugh, I feel dirty. I need to take a shower, right? My friend walked away from that saying, this was the greatest evening ever. I can't believe it. I'm going to work with these guys. So he quit. And he said, I'm never working a day in my life. I'm going to make it in the Hollywood business, in the film business.
Wow.
And God bless him, he did. And he's worked with top stars. He used to be a rap video director. So he worked with 50 Cent and guys like that. He worked, and then he started producing movies and directing movies. And at one point, right around the time I was in a serious car accident, and I was basically paralyzed for 6 months. I couldn't get out of bed. I had a broken neck. I had brain hemorrhaging. My face had fractured. And honestly, they were like, half an inch either way and you'd be dead type of thing.
Wow.
So while I was laid up in bed, being a good friend, he came by to visit me and he said, hey, remember that script writing class we took once a long time ago? I said, yeah. He goes, be honest, don't you have the itch to write a movie or to write something? And I said, maybe. I said, but here I'm stuck in bed. He goes, well, what's the
He
better
had
time?
you trapped in bed. There was no
Yeah,
way out for
yeah,
you.
yeah. So he goes, what's better than, what are you going to do? Go out for a jog? You can't. So I mean, insensitive a-hole. He was just like, why don't you write something?
Take
So
advantage.
I did. And I wrote a comedy and he read it and he said, I can produce this for you. Let's produce it. Let's cast it and produce it. So we did. It never made the light of day, but but I got hooked. I said, I'm going to do this on my own and I'm going to write a script. I'm going to produce it and I'm see if I can market it, which I did. So I wrote a 6-part miniseries. It was called Net News. And I managed to get it on Amazon Prime Video. So if you go out there now, I think, and I don't control this. I think they have it for sale, not for free anymore.
Yeah, I saw it for free, and then when I went to go catch a final episode or two,
yeah, that's not my fault. They control that, so it's funny. But I feel like a producer because every month I get my royalty check from Amazon, and it's like your royalty check this month, 47 cents. It's like one of those deals. But it introduced me to the business. It introduced me to a lot of great actors and actresses, some of whom I'm very close to this day.
a couple of cuties in there I saw.
Yeah, that's part of being the writer. You get to write scenes where they're all over you and they have to do it.
And I'm sure your wife was like,
Oh, my wife is like, you dirty old man. You probably couldn't get it up with these young hotties. Forget it. Do whatever you want. I don't care.
So you're gonna be able to take my fantasy treatment page I wrote a few years ago.
I'll do something for you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I gotta be honest, it's very appealing because of the way video and podcasting,
Yeah.
In terms of our relationship. I'm not gonna lie, I think that's not why I went to you. With me, I'm like, oh, that's an added bonus.
Yeah. And if you're a creative person, it's a good outlet. Now, having said that, it's incredibly difficult to get a career out of it. There's more options now that they're self-publishing. But Amazon, and I think they changed their policy recently, they're not taking unsolicited submissions for their video platform anymore. So
they're huge now. They're like a studio now.
Yeah, they're like Netflix now. Yeah, or Hulu or whatever. So you have to pitch them, and if they agree, then they'll fund it, and then but the days of you making something, like when I made it, I had to teach myself, okay, what's television specs, what's the right ratios, what's the right sound quality, what kind of cameras do I need to buy, so it was all I did my research much like you did, and I figured out, and they accepted it. To my surprise, they were like, yeah, we'll put it on. Yeah, it's okay.
Well, I gotta be honest though, it's you see some high quality fan made movies on YouTube, and from my understanding, they make money because they're just up there forever, and over time they're like tens of millions. So I'm not saying it's enough to be a career, but at least enough to get. I mean, when you were talking about talking to a couple 100,000 people, there's something to be said to have a video up there and there's 19 million views on that video.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, holy mackerel. And there's a couple, like there's a fan made one with who's that actor? He's in The Rookie right now, was in that show Castle, where he played there's a movie being made about the video game, but he wanted the part so bad. He participated in this fan fiction video, like 10 minutes, came out pretty good. There's like there was some aliens in the Middle Ages fan, and they're high quality. And I'm like, there's one of this video game called Deus Ex, and it's just, I'm like, holy mackerel, it's pretty awesome. The guy looks like Aaron Rodgers, so I always get a kick out of it when watching it.
Well, you know what it is with the way things are digital now. So like when I wrote my first treatment and we filmed the pilot, even though it never saw the light of day, they were still using a magnetic tape, right? Which meant that you had to cut it and you had to edit it. It was a lot. But now it's all digital. So like the last thing I shot, I bought myself 2 4K cameras. You buy those 256 gigabyte cards, you keep shoving them in, they fill up, you swap them out. And talk about free trade. I got all my equipment from China on eBay. And quality stuff, half the price of what they would cost here. And that financed my studio, brother. Like,
I try to tell people we got to stop doing China. I go, aren't you a member of the union? It's like that's unions are not what they used to be. Now it's kind of like there's a reason we go to China because we don't want to pay you $75 an hour to sweep dirt up, while the other guy he can only sit there and pick up the pan. It's gotten ridiculous. With I'm not a globalist, but I always felt the global economy is going to bring American unions back down to earth.
Well,
but it has.
So the first time was when Reagan busted them, right?
The air traffic
unions. But Americans in general lost their faith in unions because around the time Reagan was still in office, you saw union membership decline a lot. And
I agree. But I think the real threat now is the federal unions because the hundreds of millions, and they're just getting more and more in the pensions. It's really sucking it at it, and it's still a small number nationally, but like in California, they don't. I don't know if it's a law, if they don't purposely do it, but they always talk about we are 50 billion in the black, and I'm like, no, you're not. I've done my research. We are anywhere from 1.9 to like nearly 3 trillion in debt with the pensions.
Well, it's accounting tricks, right? So who knows what they're counting as income and what they're counting as stable assets.
Well, but it's the naivety of the public. What they don't realize is the gas tax. This or that. No, it's like 30% is going to go to the gas tax. The rest, another chunk goes into the general fund, which they can use for anything, not the gas, right. For roads and all. Then the rest goes into the pensions.
Right, which they immediately spend.
Exactly. All right, John. So let's end this with
sure.
What I am assuming has helped you get to this point in your life. Your wife and your son, Telemacos. You want to tell us a little? And the reason I bring this up is, dude, it's just, excuse my French, it's fucking impressive, your life. Your intelligence, what you've accomplished, the diversity of your jobs and your projects. And the audience is going to be shocked. You have a special needs child. So it's not like, you're coming home to the happy family. I mean, I don't mean this happy. What I'm saying is
I know what
you have responsibilities on top of that. Sure. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So my wife and I have one son. His name is Telemachus, like you mentioned. He's named after my father.
Which means?
It means distant warrior in Greek, which is really, it means an archer. Because if you were a Spartan, it was considered, you weren't a Spartan if you were an archer, right? So,
what did they know? They got whacked anyway.
So in the Odyssey, Odysseus' son, Ulysses' son, was named Telemachus, and he was a distant warrior because he fought with a bow. And the qualities of Telemachus were he was loyal, he protected his mother from the suitors, Penelope. So if you're into Greek mythology,
right, which I am, right?
Yeah. And also in Christian, if you're a Christian, Telemachus was a monk who ended the barbaric practice of the gladiator games. He basically walked into the middle of one of the gladiator games and stood there until they gave up their arms. And he ended up being killed for his beliefs in the gladiator arena. But the Roman emperor, I forget his name, was so moved by his act of courage that he banned the gladiator games after that. So when you
did he ban the gladiator games or ban it from being a bonfire for Christians? Because that's what
he just banned it entirely. So the name Telemachus has certain qualities that I admire. Plus, it was my father's name, so my firstborn son was getting my father's name no matter what. But my son was born with autism, it's a challenge in the sense that the world isn't made for kids with autism, for adults with autism. My son is 24 now. And he's got the sweetest soul on the planet, but he has trouble navigating. He's considered nonverbal. Now, my wife and I understand him because we hear him all the time, but someone who isn't used to his speech will have trouble understanding what he has to say. He's getting better every day, but he still needs help. And one of the fears we have as parents, not just us, any parent with a special needs kid, is who'll take care of my kid when I'm gone. So a lot of my motivation is that I have to work for 2 lifetimes. I have to work for my lifetime and my wife's so we can eat. But at the same time, I have to see if I can provide enough to take care of my son for his lifetime, which hopefully will be a long, happy lifetime after I'm 6 feet under. So when people say, what makes you work all the time? Why are you always trying to hit it big? Why can't you just be happy working your 8 hours and coming home? That's why. Aside from being wired a certain way, I have a very special son to take care of. And, one of my favorite true stories is he was nonverbal up until he was 7 or 8 years old. Not a peep out of him, not a peep out of him. And he was very aggressive because he would get mad because he couldn't express himself. And, can you imagine, someone described it as being an English speaking person in the middle of China, that you're trying to explain to people, hey, I'm lost, I need help, or I'm hungry, and no one understands what you're saying.
I just wrote about that in my article.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, about being alone in a country, not speaking the language.
And literally that's what being autistic is. So, and my kid is as big as I am. So he's a big kid. So
yeah,
especially
pictures. Looks like this linebacker big.
Yeah, he's got those shoulders. Yeah. So
but he's got a child's look about him in the pictures.
Yeah, he's very sweet. He's got a sweet look to him. Most of the girls think he's handsome. It's hilarious to see typical girls walk up to him and start hitting on him, and he just sits there and smiles because he loves girls. So he'll just smile at them and they think he's hitting on them, but he's just smiling at them. And they're like, would you like to go out? And he's just smiling at them, and they're like, oh, okay, I'll see you later, and me and my wife just chuckle, but
they're friends. He's just playing hard to get.
Yeah, right. Literally, I think it's like a James Dean type of thing. But here's the thing. So when he was 7, 8 years old, he was nonverbal, and I was driving him to his private school that we were paying for, that was specialized for kids with autism. So as we were driving there, and it was a long drive, it took me about an hour and a half every day, I hit a pothole, and the CD that was playing. Now, being an old punk rock guy, I always had the Ramones or the Clash or playing on the CD. So as we're driving, he's in the back seat. I hit a pothole, and if you remember how CDs worked, the pothole made the CD skip.
Yeah. So, I still have a CD player in my car.
There you go. So while he was trying to find where it left off, because it'll spin until it figures out where it was, right? There was about 3-4 seconds of silence. And I'll never forget, the song Blitzkrieg Bop was playing. And as there's silence, I'm driving, and from the back seat, I hear a voice start saying, hey, ho, let's go. Hey, ho, let's go. No. And I went, wait, is there a ghost in this car? Like, you have to understand, my son had never said a word, not a peep. So I pulled over. It was almost like someone had rear-ended me. I just pulled over to the side, and I was like, I looked at him, and he just had this big grin on his face. And then when the CD picked up again, he just went back to being quiet.
Oh, wow.
And I was so excited. I went to the school. I ran in with the kid, found the head of the school, and I said, look, this is what happened. There's the CD I was listening to. I don't know what to make of it, but you guys are the experts. You tell me. And they were like, this is awesome. We'll work with him. And by using that song, they would stop the song. Then he would pick up and sing. And slowly, surely, he began to sing the song and this and that. So 2 things. When I was at Sirius, this was before I got to Sirius, but when I was at Sirius, the opening song of the opening show I ever did was Blitzkrieg Bop. And I insisted that my producer play it. Nobody knows why I played it. They just assumed I loved the song, but that was for my son. And then the second thing was, while I was at Sirius, I found out that Marky Ramone, who was the last living Ramone at the time, had his own radio show on Tuesdays. And I said, I got to go talk to this guy. I have to let him know what it is. At Sirius XM, yeah. Okay. So he was in once a month on a Tuesday to record like 8 shows, and then, then they would parse them out. So I said, I got to meet him. So I caught a hold of his producer and I said, blah, 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 blah. And he said, I think I'll talk to Marky. Come on over. So I came on over, and sure enough, I have pictures. They're like, if you look around my office, they're framed. It's me and Marky Ramone posing. Talk about a small world and coincidence. When I told him the story, he teared up, and he said, I wish Johnny and Dee Dee and Joey were around so they could hear what their music did, because, they were into charities too. But it turns out that Marky Ramone is a big supporter of autism causes. His father is a sous chef and he produces his own line of pasta sauces.
Okay.
And he donates, like, I think either 25 or 50% of his proceeds go to Autism Speaks and, charitable causes relating to autism. And he would tell me, he goes, oh, you got to bring tea around, and I'll be, and he signed a poster to him, to tea. Then he signed some vinyl, original vinyl, and he said, here,
Oh,
give this to your
wow.
son. Then
Is
on
your son, is he able to understand the gifts and things like that?
I don't think he does. I think, like, we just told him, like, hey, this is for you. And, but I think he was more interested in the music. Like, he still loves listening to the Clash and the Ramones, but on his show, Marky, and I tuned in to listen just because I said, let me listen. He actually dedicated a block to tea, and he said, hey, I got a visit from this guy. He's got a great son who has autism, and the Ramones helped him talk, and what a great tribute to the Ramones. And these next two songs are for T, and he played Blitzkrieg Bop and Rockaway Beach for him. So I managed to record that off the radio, like back in the 70s, like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And so I have that socked away for T when he's able to understand what a great moment that was. But yeah, so we have a special needs son, and to us, he's T, short for Telemachus. Every day, like I said, he gets better. He gets more in connection with the world, and my wife gets all the credit for that. She's a great mom. She's a great advocate for our son. She's also very tolerant of her idiot husband and all the hours he spends doing podcasts and websites and work and all that.
You're gonna kick her out of it tonight.
Yeah, she's upstairs sleeping, so that's good. But my point being that you're right. Like, a lot of what motivates me is my son. So to say that, not to get maudlin, but when you're in a community like that, you meet a lot of other parents. And look, it's horrible to say, but there's always someone worse off than you are, and no matter what trouble you think you're going through, there's someone who unfortunately has it worse.
Right.
And you learn to count your blessings. You learn to enjoy the moments around you as they happen. And you get to say to yourself, your biggest fear is that when your time comes and you draw your last breath, you want to be able to say, I'm going in peace because my kid is okay.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm working towards. I want to, like, when I take my last breath, I want to be able to say my kid's going to be okay. So that's what I'm working for. And that's what I'm trying to get to. And, I think we'll get there. It might take 30 years. Now, this is going to sound crazy, but when he was born, and unlike most kids with autism, like the typical story you hear about autism, which is how the myth around vaccines causing autism started, was that kids with autism typically would progress. They'd hit their first milestones, and then right around 1-year-old, 2-year-old, they would start to regress or just stop, right? And most people said, well, that's around the time they get their vaccine, so it must be the vaccines that cause it, which has been debunked. But my son never went through that progression. He was born, and then almost immediately we knew there was something wrong. And almost immediately we got him diagnosed, which was a blessing in disguise because it got him help right away. Gotcha. And he started taking therapy right away. But when that happens, you're like, that's our kid. And when that happened, my wife and I, of course, we were in tears, we were upset. And I just looked at her and I said, let's make a promise to ourselves. And she said, what? I said, that we're going to make him independent by the time he's 30. That was our goal.
That's the goal.
I had a 30-year plan back then. And look, by plan, my wife makes the plans, right? She's his biggest advocate. She's the one who gets all the instructors in line, who battled with the Board of Ed, who went to court for him. Me, I was just the guy who made the money to pay for it. And I was the guy who would step in to watch my son and take him out and have the fun time, whereas my wife was the one doing the dirty work, a lot of the paperwork and the chasing around.
That's typical though. The mother just there's that bond.
Oh, sure. There's that
the
thing
audience doesn't understand. I know you told me, like, you had to pretty much, I don't know the term, but kind of like reclaim your kid at 18 because the state's like, you want to explain? I mean, just to show
Yeah,
it's
it was
not just being a parent, you're fighting the system too.
right. Yeah, it's a weird. I had forgotten that. I'm glad you mentioned it. For other parents, it's there's this weird thing that you would say like, okay, my kid is a special needs kid. He's 18. He's living at home. We take care of everything for him. He doesn't have a job. He can't hold the job. He's, we're paying for everything. We're taking care of him. We're feeding him and all that. And for some reason, the state says you have to prove that your son is someone you're taking care of. And you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
But we got a lawyer. And at 16, actually, we started the process of applying for guardianship of our own son. Now, I understand there's certain legal things you have to do. I get it. It took us 3 or 4 years, so way past when he turned 18, for us to finally get guardianship over our own son.
And that's what I don't understand. It's
And it
like
was
3
crazy.
years.
And it should have taken a month tops.
Exactly.
And our lawyer kept coming back. At some point, he felt so bad he stopped charging us, because he was like, I never run into this in my life. And it was the state of New York, and I'll call him out, who was just like everything was a problem. Like, how do we know you're not taking advantage of him? Taking advantage of what? Like, he's been living with us. We send him to school. We take care of him. We clothe him. We feed him. We take him to the doctor. We take his therapy, everything. Well, you still got to prove to us that he wants to stay with you. How? He's not verbal. It's like
Send somebody out to see.
all the time. And no matter, it was like, I can't even begin to explain the incompetence. And if you wonder if I had any doubts about how dysfunctional government is, go through that process where the one part of your life that you would give your life for in a heartbeat is being put through this nonsense,
Yeah.
and for what? For what? What was the point of it? So finally, we get pulled into court, and my son was having a bad day. Like, if you haven't had experience with autistic persons, they hate change. Change is full of anxiety for them. Like, they don't like being in new places. They don't like meeting new people for the most part. And that was the case with my son. We had to bring him to court. It wasn't even like we could send our lawyer and have him do everything. The court, the judge insisted that we're there. So we get there, and my lawyer begged the court clerk, like, hey, he's listed to be 8th on the docket. Can you move him up to 1? He's already freaking out. Like, he doesn't like being here, and his parents are literally holding him down so he doesn't assault anybody. And he's a big kid. It's like, so somebody in the court took mercy on us and said, okay, you're number 2. So get right away. So we get in there, empty courtroom, just the judge, us, the state, and the court clerk. You would think that this was a performance for TV. The judge gets up and he goes, first, I'd like to say, can we have Mr. Tilamachos walk up to the bench? My kid's sitting there freaking out, and the lawyer's like, Your Honor, if the court could indulge us, the person is autistic. He's having trouble. He goes, well, we need him to stand up and walk up and acknowledge the court. It was like, oh shit. So literally, I had to hold him in place, like literally put him in a bear hug and calm him down and be like, T, it's okay. Daddy's here. Mommy's here, And the guy would talk to him, and you could tell he had no idea what being autistic was and what my son was going through. And yet these were the people in charge of his fate. So anyway, so this judge then starts saying, first, we'd like to give the court's apologies for having it taken this long to get to this point. But I would like to say, Mr. Tilamachos, may I call you Telly? Yeah, call him whatever you want, as long as we get done, Goes, first, young man, I would like to say how fortunate you are to have such wonderful parents. And I hope you appreciate. Do you appreciate your parents? And the kid's just looking at him, not understanding a word the guy is saying. So I just said, T, say yes. I whispered in his ear, say yes. And by that point, my son had learned to say a few words. So he looks at the judge and goes, yes, and the guy goes, good. But unfortunately, the judge took that to mean, oh, I can keep talking now, So listen, it took a while, but finally the guy goes, okay, we approve this. Mr. and Mrs. Georgopoulos, you have official legal guardianship of your son. And as soon as we left the courtroom, the kid freaked out. He had a complete meltdown, and to the point where like court officers had to come and say, "Do you guys need help? Is he, no, we're just trying, we explained to them he has autism. We're trying to get him out. Please just give us some space. We'll be out of your hair." And we did. And once he was back in the car, he was calm. He was like, "Okay, I'm somewhere I know. I'm in an environment I know."
That's what bugs me about Hollywood. They
Yeah.
always show, and then I saw it on, obviously, Twitter being a cesspool, but it's like, it's as if they're saying, well, the autistic kid, you should be lucky he's autistic because he's special, he can do that. And I'm thinking, because when you first told me about T,
Yeah.
the first thing I thought of, and I mentioned my wife, I said, well, what happens when John passes, him and his wife Pat, who's, it's just, that's just how I think,
Sure.
and then you saying it just, I mean, not that it's my battle, it's your life, but it just angers me at Hollywood, how we try to roll, whether it's war, autism, or we romanticize things, it's just mind boggling.
I've had people walk up to me. Now, again, I don't get mad at them because they weren't being mean.
Right.
It was like
Just
you said,
ignorant.
it's what they've seen in the movies.
Mhm.
I've had people walk up to me and say, "What's your son's superpower?"
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, oh, is he super smart? Can he figure out? It's like they think every kid's what is it, the Rain Man?
The Rain Man, yeah.
Yeah.
Or that guy who was autistic on Scorpion, that TV series,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
autistic, but he has an IQ of 225. It's like,
Oh
stop.
yeah, he's helping them solve some of the yeah. I saw that show for a couple of seasons.
So, you try to explain to people, look, my son doesn't have superpowers. He's like everyone else. He's struggling to find his way in the world. Now, look, a friend of ours, I don't want to out him because it's his story, but he has a son. Actually, two friends of ours in the industry have
Wow.
sons who are on the autism spectrum. They're not considered autistic, severely autistic, but they're considered Asperger's syndrome, which is
Right.
a high functioning form of autism.
Right. Which is what most of the world knows because of Hollywood.
Exactly. And their kids went to college, they graduated. But when you see them, you say, there's something off about them. And typically it's that they can't look you in the eye. They're very awkward in social situations. This is not for everybody because it's a spectrum disease, but a disorder, I should say. But these are some common traits like that come off being very Rain Man-ish, so to speak, which is like you talk to them and intellectually they understand every word you say. They're fairly intelligent. They can focus on some tasks. I know there's a company called Autonomy Works that only hires autistic adults.
Oh yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah, and I used to work for the guy David Freeman, who they learned that like in some cases these adults with mild forms of autism are super focused. And once you teach them a task, they'll do it better than a computer. They'll just do this. And because they love repetition, they don't mind looking at the same spreadsheet 100 times and finding errors and correcting them, right? So that is sort of the romanticized view, like you said, but of all the cases of autism, those are very, very rare. Most struggle with daily interactions. Jordan Peterson had a great lecture on it, where he said the autistic mind is a lot like an index slot. Like remember those index cards that you used to have in the Rolodex, right?
Oh yeah, I still have a Rolodex with index.
Right. So the theory is that the autistic mind is a series of pictures. And
okay.
Right. So, for example, once you teach someone with autism, like, hey, this is a kitchen. Right now, when I tell you this is a kitchen, what do you make note of? Well, it's a place where people eat. There's this big dining room table. There's a stove. There's an oven, right? If I went in and just rotated the kitchen 90 degrees, everything's still in there, but everything moved over 90 degrees, you would still say that's a kitchen. To a person with autism, it's a completely different room.
Right.
Because what you taught them to be a kitchen was it has a stove and a table, but guess what? The stove better be there. And the table better be there. If they switch places, it's not a kitchen anymore.
Right.
And if it's not a kitchen anymore, I don't have that index card in my brain that tells me it's a kitchen. So now I'm anxious. I get very nervous. I think the world is collapsing on me. My world doesn't make sense anymore. Now picture going through that with everything in your life.
I
And
can only imagine.
that's what kids with autism or adults with autism have to go through. And it's a disease, I keep saying disease, but it's a disorder that mostly affects males. Like there are females with
Did
autism.
not know that.
Yeah, but it's largely a male disease. I forget the percentages, but it's almost overwhelmingly males. Um, there are certain traits that are, is it genetic? We don't know. Is it environmental? We don't know. Odds are it's probably environmental with some combination of genetics, because you can't deny the fact that in the last 20, 25 years, kids with autism have exploded. It's something like 1 in 66 live births now result in autism.
And I assume that's why they tried to tie it to vaccines, right?
Well, it was a theory, and then what happened was it took time for it to be debunked. But in the meantime, like people like Jenny McCarthy were running around claiming that,
Yeah.
and then of course all the yentas that watch the daytime shows started repeating it. And the next thing you know, it's a campaign point, and it's really not, it's not caused by vaccines. I don't know, but to be fair, I don't know what causes it. Nobody knows what causes it. We know it's a neurological disorder. It's not related to diet, although diet may help some symptoms. And believe me, we've researched everything between me and my wife.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. It's
and it's just the only proven, in my opinion, remedy is applied behavioral analysis, which is what we did with him, which was discovered by someone named Ivar Lovaas, who was a pioneer in this field. You also have to understand, autism initially was diagnosed by someone named Bruno Bartolheim. And Bruno Bartolheim, much like the name might infer, was pretty much a hack Nazi when it came to medicine,
Wow.
And he claimed that it was due to refrigerator mothers. In other words, he made it a political issue back in the 50s and 60s. And basically he said, you know why these kids are autistic? It's because their mothers are at work. They're not at home.
Oh my God. He
And
tried to put a social.
yes, he put a political slant on, a socio-political slant on it. And for years, unfortunately, in the 60s and whatnot, a lot of persons with autism, they were just like, you know what the treatment was? They would say to the mothers, hug them more.
Oh,
Meanwhile, most kids with autism have a touch phobia. They don't want you touching them, right? But because this idiot decided that that was his theory without any tests, without any proof, they got believed. It took this guy, Ivar Lovaas, who was a behavioralist, to say, it's not that. And here's how you combat it. And it's repetition of the same task over and over and over and over again. And it's reward. So the second you do a task right, you pop a candy in their mouth. And a lot of times you've had people like Bill Maher say, oh, well, you treat them like pets. You treat them like dogs. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to get upset over that, because in some way he's right.
Yeah.
But in other ways, to dehumanize it was bad. But the process isn't entirely wrong, meaning that it's the process of antecedent, behavior, consequence, ABC. You do what causes an action, you do the action, do you get rewarded? And that's how you teach kids, like with autism. And it's long, it takes a lot of patience. That's why a lot of families with autistic adults or persons in it end up in divorce, because it's just, unfortunately, it's a lot of stress.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot of repetition, it's a lot of fighting. And it's not even, it's just that, like, you don't sleep. For example, my son at one period, like, I'm lucky because I don't sleep, but at one time my son would get up 5, 6, 7, 8 times a night.
Oh wow.
Looking to be taken out for a car ride. And if he didn't get it, he would freak out.
Yeah.
So we had to take him out, and I would end up driving him at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. So it was a good thing I didn't sleep, because I was up all night driving. I would have a cup of coffee ready, and so I wouldn't fall asleep at the wheel. And then when I finally passed out, it was my wife's turn to take over. And it was typically that she would drive him to school, because I was too exhausted to drive him to school. So that went on for years. So I really am grateful for my wife. She put up with a lot in me. You
But
talk
let me
about
guess.
yeah.
You would not trade him for anything in the world.
No, of course not. No, he's your son. How can you possibly? He's your child. How can you possibly view
Well,
it?
no, it's a product of who you and your wife are. Because let's be honest, there are parents who would.
Yeah, unfortunately, I see it and it breaks your heart. And but you also understand their pain. You understand why they might be in that position. Um, but I will say one thing, it's like it's also rewarding to you as a parent because like the other day, it's the simple things in life, you know. He was sitting in the kitchen and I was down here probably working on sports grumblings or something. And I just called up to him. I said, "Hey, what are you doing up there?" You know, and sometimes you do it more out of habit because you don't really expect an answer because again, he's not that verbal. And all I heard was a grunt from the kitchen saying, "Eating a burger." And he had gone out earlier with his teacher and they had picked up a McDonald's cheeseburger, you know, because we're teaching him to pay for stuff. We're saying like, if you want something, you have to earn it and you have to pay for it. So he has a debit card. He's learned how to swipe it. He's learned how to press in his code. So we're teaching him some life skills. And what do you want to do? He goes, I want to go to McDonald's. So he went to McDonald's, got a burger. But the simple joy of asking a question and having your son reply to you as a teenager would, I'm eating a burger, just like that. It sounds like it's nothing, but talk to me what it meant to me. I almost broke down in tears down here because I had never heard that from him before. And he's 24 now. So
Gotcha.
going 24 years just to hear I'm eating a burger mean a lot to me. The first time we played catch, and we only played once. After that, he never wanted to do it again. But that one afternoon, I tossed him a ball. He caught it and he threw it back at me. And maybe we did it 5, 6 times. It's burned into my memory. It was 20 years ago, and he still, won't do it. He doesn't enjoy it. It's a task for him to play catch.
That's because he's developing the Georgopoulos brain. That's
Well,
cool.
he's a teenager almost, and he's got his own stubbornness. Like his favorite thing in the world is to be left alone. If you walk up to him to this moment and say, "Hey, what do you want?" He'll be, "Go away."
Oh
He wants to
wow.
be left alone. He'll come get you when he wants you. He'll come say like, "Hey, hug me, scratch." Like I will say, one thing my wife and I are very fortunate in, unfortunately, a lot of kids with autism are not like this, but ours happens to be, is he's very affectionate. And
Okay.
he will tolerate you giving him a hug. He will tolerate you giving him a kiss. And I think whatever deity there is, or spirit, whatever you believe in, I thank that person because he is super close with my grandmother, with my mother, his grandmother,
Mhm.
where, she's in her 80s, and you got to worry about it, getting to
Right.
be her time soon.
Yeah.
And he's made it a point on his own of every time she comes over, "Hi, Nona," gives her a hug, gives her a big kiss. He tolerates her hanging out with him. So she'll spend half an hour. He doesn't let me spend a half an hour with him in his room or my wife, but he'll let his grandmother sit with him for half an hour. And I don't even know what they do up there. They could be talking nonsense or singing, uh,
But that seems like I remember I loved hanging out with my grandparents. See, I
yeah,
mean, we're saying even as normal, it's like it just seems there's something about that grandparent,
sure. And it's also the unconditional,
transcends.
yeah, and it's the unconditional love. Quite
Yeah,
honestly,
exactly.
my mother, like, for all the people it's me and my sister. She has unconditional love for us, for her daughter-in-law, for her son-in-law, but for her grandkids, my
Right.
sister's kids and my son, she has unconditional love. But especially for my son, because he's named after her husband who passed away, and he was the first grandchild. I had a kid before my sister did. So, and because of his situation, like there isn't anything she wouldn't do for him. And I think he senses that somehow. He senses that. And so when he comes over, he also understands that, like, if he kisses her on the cheek, it means the world to her. And so he'll walk up to her and say, "Hi, Nona," and give her a kiss on the cheek. And you can see her, she just melts, every time. So it's something you watch and you see it and you're like, "Oh my goodness." So I go back to that day when he first got diagnosed, me turning to my wife and saying, let's make a pledge to each other that by the time he's 30, he'll be able to live on his own. He's
And
24 now.
John, that
24
alone
now.
too is there's a lot of parents who would have just for lack of a better word, just got it in the fetal position, wondering what to do next.
We did that too. We believe me, we went through that phase too. But I have again, credit to my wife. Whereas I was more emotional about it, in terms of, oh, it's my son, he's my firstborn, and then, immediately they tell you, once you have a kid with autism, the odds of the next kid having autism, if you decide to conceive again, the odds go up even more.
Wow, I did not know
I
that.
didn't, I mean, they told us that at the time. So I don't know why, but it seems to be statistically, when you look at like all the cases, that seems to be the case. So we also knew that we probably wouldn't have any more kids, that we would have to stop and focus all our energies on the one child who needed it. So I was super emotional with that. But my wife was very much a rock, and she's a microbiologist. She's more of a scientist than I am. The first thing she did is she got all the information she could find. She talked to as many people as she could, as many doctors as she could. And she said, okay, here's the plan. Here's the resources we have to get. Here's the best, here's the things we need to try. There's some diets, there's some therapies, there's some drugs. Let's figure out what it is, and then, because at the beginning, you'll believe what anybody tells you. If you think it'll help your child, you're very vulnerable. And that's where con artists come in, right?
Exactly.
So we start sorting them out, the ones that we thought were reasonable, and certainly the ones that we thought were safe, we gave a try to. But we were, one of the things we are is, we're both scientists. I'm numbers oriented. So we took data.
Yeah.
People forget, take data. Okay, so supposedly this diet of gluten-free diet is supposed to help them. Okay, so we kept them gluten-free for 3 months. Guess what? No behaviors changed. So it had no effect. So we stopped it.
Lose some money.
and save some money, right? Hey, we started this applied behavioral analysis. Guess what? We took data. He improved in some areas. Okay, let's continue it. Okay, great. He improved again. Great, let's keep going. And then we noticed that was the thing that worked. That was the thing that worked. So we kept it up.
Well, I'll say this about moms, the man is the provider and the protector, but I'll never not say this because feminists probably love hearing it, but a mother is the backbone.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Like she's been like that with you and T.
Without a doubt. My wife is everything to me. And I joke about her. If you watch any of my comedy podcasts, she's like the equivalent of Rodney Dangerfield's wife, right? Like, if you know about Rodney Dangerfield or Henny Youngman.
The punching bag all the time. I mean, in the jokes.
But Henny Youngman, especially, if you remember him, he was the guy who came up with "Take my wife, please." That guy supposedly was madly in love with his wife, but she became the comedic foil. In a lot of my comedy podcasts or my comedy shows, you'll find that women and my wife are typically a target of my comedy. But
I think that's probably not as uncommon with men who truly love their wives.
I think so.
And they're so comfortable and they love them so much. They're going to joke about him, because they know it's not true.
Yeah, and I'll make jokes about her being a nag or whatever, which sometimes she gets mad at. But the truth of the matter is, I tell her, and I make it a point to tell her, because ever since my car accident where I was almost killed, that was in 2014. I'm very aware of your mortality, of my mortality. Yeah. So I make it a point of no secrets. I still get mad at times, but I make it a point of apologizing if I'm wrong, or forgiving if I was right, but just lost my cool. I'll make it a point to forgive, because I don't want to leave any doubts of what she means to me and what my kid means to me. So I know that sounds a little a syrupy coming from a dude who's as big as I am and has this reputation of being an asshole, but quite honestly, I don't know what I would do without her, and especially when it comes to taking care of my son. Yeah. So yes, absolutely, all credit goes to my wife. Even now, sometimes I'll be like a lost child. I'll be like, what do I do next? What happens? And she's pretty good like that. And so anything I could do, like I said, to the extent that I try to make life easier for her, I try to, at least. And
she's your rock, it sounds like.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt, she's my rock. Plus, as I like to say, and it drives her crazy, she's got a great figure too. So,
and with that, I think we should probably end it.
Yeah,
And-
sure. I can only dig myself a deeper hole from here on out.
exactly.
So,
And to everybody, Big John is back at home with Sports Grumblings, not necessarily in the grinding fantasy, because that's not what we want. But
right.
you're going to hear about him with politics, pop culture, and some sports. Actually, probably a lot of sports, but not the grind of the stats.
Right, right. We're trying to be, what's that? Work smarter, not harder.
Exactly.
So go to Nerd Fantasy Sports, get your fantasy sports and your data from there, and rest assured, Big John's on the case, even though he's not killing himself over it. But then also keep coming back here, because you know what? Next episode, I'm going to flip the script. I'm going to interview Mr. William Del Pilar, as I'm
Exactly. You got it
learning
right
to
with the name.
roll my R's like a genuine Latino. The hell with this Greek stuff. I got to become an honorary Latinx member.
Oh yeah, that conversation will last on 30 seconds. And with that, America, we bid you adieu.
And you.